ask if you're taking the roll, you can say yeah. Just agree. Yeah.
By the way, Elaine Moran is the executive clerk. She's fairly new. Her first meeting was 2 weeks ago. And for a meeting that lasted 4.5 hours, she did an excellent job.
And she's back.
Yeah, and she's back.
Any meeting that's not standing.
What's that? Just a kind of. All right, being that it's 6 o'clock, we'll convene the committee of the whole meeting. Would you please join me in a moment of silence? The Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Next item is the roll call. Madam Clerk, have you taken the roll?
Yes.
Okay. We have public comment held. I know there's an executive session for personnel matters. I think we're going to address or convene an executive session first. Would someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to go into executive session for personnel.
The second? I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll convene an executive session for personnel.
Tracy made a motion to go back to open session. Who was the second?
David.
Dave Kinsler.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nay. All right, we'll go back into regular committee session. Moving along, I know we have a number of presenters that are here and people that are going to most likely comment on the dispatch. We do have some other items that I would like to address with some people that are also here to present on certain topics. The first one is, and we're going to skip a few things on the agenda to get to these people. The first one is employee healthcare options and bids. We've invited, 2 weeks ago, we had NACUD and Blue Cross Blue Shield come and present their healthcare options and bids for the employees. This week, we've invited United Healthcare to come and present, since they're one of the companies that did seek a bid for our employee healthcare. So I'm going to turn it over to the folks from United Healthcare. If you guys want to come up over here to the mic, you can introduce yourselves and then start with your presentation.
Absolutely. My name is Steve Prater. I'm with Sagacity Benefits. I'm an insurance broker. I specialize in group health benefits and work with groups all over Iowa and Illinois. I've got some presentations to pass out here. I'll just pass them on down, actually, let you guys each take one. I'll be quick, because I know there's a lot on your agenda tonight.
Please give up to the deputy clerk if you have any extra.
There should be an extra one there. If not, I'll give you mine and kind of look over his shoulder if that's okay. So, as I mentioned, I specialize in group health benefits. I met Chris a couple months back, largely because I have a proprietary program called IPEP, which is the Illinois Public Employer Pool and Iowa Public Employer Pool, specifically for city, counties, and schools. A lot of the front part of my presentation outlines what we do for our clients, and so I'll kind of, in the nature of conserving time, skim over that fairly quick and get right down to the meat of what we want to present here. So the front part of our presentation here is an introduction. It talks about what we do as really consultants and working with our clients. It further goes into, on page 2, understanding client goals and objectives, not just quoting the health insurance. Anybody can go get a quote and bring it in and show numbers. It's really understanding the client, what their goals and objectives are. We also talk about the industries that we work with. Again, I work with a lot of city, counties, and schools in Iowa, Illinois. We have Iowa Public and Illinois Public Employer Pool. We have dedicated resources at our disposal. So we have various TPAs that we can work with for claims administration, claims adjudication, COBRA, HIPAA, billing, all that stuff, self-funded and partially self-funded benefits, and then our focus is the client. The next page goes into our service model, our service commitment, and really, instead of just reading off this whole thing, we really have two focuses. The first is, on the front end, sitting down with our client, consulting with them, finding out what their needs are and what's important, providing a lot of compliance and support in the world of ACA and Affordable Care Act, and as there's lots of, as you probably know, lots of compliance measures with that. We have online tools that we can access. And then on the backside for the employees, helping the employees if they have any questions about how their benefits work, if they have any claims that they're having issues with. We ask that for our clients, the employees come to us so that we can help either go directly to the insurance company or to the medical provider and get that resolved. I'm not with United Healthcare. We have a lot of carrier and vendor partners that we can work with depending on the region that we're in, whether it's United Healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Assurant, Aetna, Coventry, Humana, Land O'Lakes, and I'm an independent broker, so I can pretty much go to any carrier that I want. And as I alluded to earlier, anybody can go and get numbers. That's the easy part. It's really what experience and expertise do you bring to the table when deciphering that and coming up with an option that maybe makes more sense. So there's a list of some of the medical and ancillary vendors that we use. We have legal services and legislative updates that we try to provide support with. So we have a benefits attorney that's on retainer. So anymore that's becoming real important with, again, ACA and some of the compliance issues with that. If there's a very specific question that, because the ACA conflicts itself in several places, if there's a specific question that needs to be answered, we can actually send it to a benefits attorney and get a response on that. And we do monthly AC8 updates as to what's changing in the market, what's compliance that's new, et cetera. Several years back, we identified that a lot of our clients really needed help in the HR arena. And so we provided both an online platform and a physical platform. We have HR 360, so whoever's doing your HR administration today, they can go to this web-based model and look up employment laws and recruiting and hiring information, HR, a broad range of HR stuff. And so that's provided free to all of our clients. And then we also have a HR generalist on hand, so if there's a specific HR question, maybe you're dealing with an employee that maybe is under the influence, as an example, and you need to know how to handle that situation right then as to not cause any type of legal issues, you can always call our HR generalist and get some support. Additionally, anymore, online enrollment and support is becoming real big in this arena, where employees can actually access an online portal, look at their benefits, look at their claims, all that stuff. We have access to online enrollment support through Maxwell Health. And then your contact information, and then I'm going to get to the illustration that's got a whole highlighting on it. The next 2 pages are really going to kind of outline the meat of our presentation here. You know, we came in kind of on the backside, and we're at a little bit of a disadvantage because, you know, we're not your incumbent broker, and so, you know, we're not privy to all the information that you have as a group. And this is my first time meeting with you, so I don't know really what your goals and objectives are. So if we do build a relationship, that would be one of the first things we do, is sit down and find out what direction you want to go. So what I've elected to do is just bring a lot of high-level ideas to you and show you options that you could be looking at. And if any of these make sense, then we take the next step and talk further about it and figure out maybe where we want to go. So the first 4 columns there, I know this page is really busy, but it shows a lot. The first 4 columns there are your options that you would have with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. First column is your current benefit design, current pricing, your monthly cost and your annual cost at the bottom of that first column. Anything with a highlight on it shows a change in benefits. So your second column, I don't know if this has been conveyed, but your renewal product actually had a benefit change to it. So you may or may not know that, but the out-of-pockets went up for the single and family plan, so it's highlighted based off of the Blues renewal that I received. So this is your renewal plan. It shows the 22% renewal increase that you received from Blues of Illinois. So I elected to show you 2 other HSA options. HSAs it's nothing new. They're frequently talked about, but the concept is the upside to an HSA is many times they're priced cheaper. And of course, employees can open their own HSA account and voluntarily put funds into that HSA account as well. The downside is with an HSA, many times it doesn't have copays, doesn't have office copays or pharmacy copays. So the next 2 columns here illustrate really a richer deductible and out-of-pocket, if you look at those carefully. But the premium is significantly less. So that first alternate one, if you go to the bottom there, it's 5% less than current pricing, or $31,000 less than your current pricing today. The highlighted area just below shows it's 22% lower than your renewal, or $161,000 in savings. So the concept is, you take that premium savings and you give it back to the employees in the form of an HSA account. So they'll have enough money there where they could fund their own office visit, fund their RX copays, and if that money is not used, they save it, it rolls over to the next year. So HSA concept there, 2 HSA options. One's a 20% coinsurance option that saves more, and the second one's a 100% coinsurance option that doesn't save quite as much, but it's a richer HSA, as you can see. And then below there in those boxes, I try to outline kind of what you could do. If you set a 10% renewal, and that first one as an example, you could take $82,000 savings and give roughly $1,400 back to each employee. So that's the concept. Any questions about that?
Excuse me, people want to know back here what HSA stands for.
Health savings account. So it's essentially it's a checking account that would match up to your health plan. And both an employer and employee could put money into it pre-tax. And every year the IRS indexes how much money you can put in pre-tax, and then you essentially use that money to pay for deductible, co-insurance, out-of-pockets, co-pays. You could use it for any qualified expense, so it could be any vision, dental, any of that stuff. And then any money that's not used just continues to grow. So the concept is you take that premium savings, instead of just sending it to the insurance company, and you sit on it. If you don't end up using it for those things, then next year you add more to it, it continues to grow. And then conceivably, when someone turns 65 and retires, they can take that money then and help with their med sup premiums and stuff like that. So it's a long-term savings account that can be used for health-related items. So, any other questions? The orange columns here, the next three orange columns are from UHC, and right now, their pricing is really, really hot in the market. And I think some of their pricing really, and their plans really make sense. So this first plan here is a plan that's fairly close to your current plan. The deductibles and out-of-pockets are lower than your current plan, so it's a richer benefit. The only thing that the employees would lose ground on would be the office co-pays. So right now you have a $20 primary care physician office copay and a $40 for specialist. It would go from 20 to 25 and from 40 to 70. So you lose ground on the office copay, you do make it up on the deductible and out-of-pocket. But if you scroll to the bottom there, that's 0.26% less than current, and saves $1,500 a year on current pricing, and it's roughly 18% lower than your renewal, or the renewal that the Blues gave you, or $131,000 less. So just from a pricing perspective, it's real close to your current plan, a little bit richer, but saves a good chunk of money. That middle column there is just another plan design that's a little bit different. The out-of-pockets are closer to your current plan design. The office co-pays are a little higher yet. And then, if you scroll to the bottom again, it shows what your savings is. It's 10% less than current, 27% less than your renewal. So there's a good chunk of money there. Now, there's two things you can do with this. One of them I'm going to show you on this page, and the second option I'm going to show you on the next page. But as an idea, one thing you could do is you could set up an HRA, different than an HSA. HSA is a health savings account, which is a checking account for the employees. HRA, health reimbursement account, is the employer's account. So you take some of this savings, you put it into an account that's held by the village, and then they would essentially turn around and give each employee some money back to use to offset these benefits, offset that higher copay that they may have in place. And if that money is not used, instead of it staying with the employee, it stays with the employer, and they can do what they want with it the next year, add it to the next year's lump. They could let the employees keep it and let it roll over, so you have a lot of options there with that. But ultimately, it's a similar concept, which is instead of just sending all your money to the insurance company, you're hedging a little bit, you're holding on to it, you're using it to manually sort of pay your own claims, to offset some of those higher expenses that are associated with this plan. And I just did some rough math. I figured you could give roughly $1,000 to each employee to offset the office co-pays and out-of-pocket max. So if you think about that, $1,000, that's a $15 difference in office co-pay. They'd have to have a lot of office visits before they'd ever burn through that. And then again, that money can be used for any qualified expense, so dental, vision, and anything else. The third column there is just a lower deductible. It's 100% co-insurance plan, so just a different look at a different option here. The co-pays match. I wanted to at least provide a plan where the office co-pays matched, and so this one does. Quite honestly, this is a richer deductible, richer out-of-pocket. Co-pays are the same, pharmacy's the same, and it's a 4% increase over current versus that 22 you received, and 13% under your renewal. So, whether you elect to talk further with us or stay with your current broker, I think that's a winner right there. I mean, it's a richer plan for not nearly the increase that you got from Blues.
When you say richer, what do you mean by richer?
It's hard unless you're looking at my illustration here, but for example, their current plan, a single employee has a $3,500 deductible and a $5,500 out of pocket. So you're gonna pay, employees are gonna pay 100% of their deductible, then they're gonna pay co-insurance until they're out of pocket and they're done. So the plan that I'm proposing has a $2,500 deductible versus the $35,000, so it's a richer benefit, it's a lower deductible, and then it's done, $2,500 and then it's done, it's 100% co-insurance, so.
And who's this provider with? Are you referring to Blue Cross Blue Shield or United Healthcare?
This is United Healthcare.
That's apples and oranges.
Yeah.
Apples and oranges.
One thing we would like to ask you about, would you put Blue Cross Blue Shield and United Healthcare on the same level with each other as far as quality? We know there's a difference in price, but quality-wise.
I would.
Okay.
I would, personally. I'm sorry, go
Let
ahead.
me let you know something
Yeah.
then. My wife and I have two special needs kids, board members know about this. I gave a presentation a couple weeks ago about this. But the difference between the current plan and, some of the proposals, at least through United Healthcare, unfortunately, I don't have a copy of your thing in front of me, and it's not on board where I can be educated to see it also. But for myself, if I go through United Healthcare, I'm going to pay $10,000 a month in my kids' medicine because United Healthcare will not cover compounding medicines and will not cover the immune support that my kids need to literally
Not even the
survive.
reflux medicine.
So United Healthcare
I
has,
would put the two on the same level, and I think you can do, any person could do an internet search and would be hard pressed by a simple internet search to not say, to put those two companies on the same level.
so if you had, you're asking my opinion, right?
Yeah.
So this is what I do for a living. I specialize, that's all I do. I don't do property casualty or home and auto, any of that stuff. I do health insurance. And I work with a lot of groups in Iowa, Illinois. My opinion is there are some differences. Now, there's not a carrier out there that has the same exact formulary, which is what you're talking about. And that changes once a year, maybe twice a year, they'll change that formula and update it. Without getting too much in the weeds, depending on what generic equivalents are out there, what's happening in the pharmaceutical world, whatever. But I have a lot of clients that are with United Healthcare and are tickled with it. I have some clients that have tried United Healthcare and they've not had a good experience. I've had some clients with Blue Cross Blue Shield and are tickled with it. I've had some that were with Blue Cross Blue Shield and not happy with it. United Healthcare has more than one formulary, so I don't know what you've looked at. I don't know how long ago it was because it may have changed since then. But as an overarching perspective, United Healthcare is just as good of an insurance company as Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, in my opinion.
Right.
And I'm really an impartial person because it doesn't matter to me whether you go with Blues of Illinois or stay with United Healthcare, or go to United Healthcare, or go to Coventry, or go to any of the other carriers out there. And that doesn't matter to me essentially. But one of the tough things is, let's just take this one plan for example. That specific plan I just outlined is $95,000 less than the renewal that you received from Blues. So you could say, you know what, we're not going to look anywhere else, we're going to stay with the same formulary because that's where we're comfortable at, and continue to just swallow the increases that you get. Or you can try to just research options and see if it makes sense. I wouldn't say that they should go be the night and say, let's just do this right now. Obviously, we want to take care of employees, so the next step, if there's any interest, would be, what prescriptions are you talking about? Is there a second formulary we can use? Is there something with an HSA that may make it make more sense? I don't know what that answer is. But, we're talking high level at this point, and I'm just showing numbers and concepts, and, it may go from there.
All due respect, one of my big concerns too, that the more I dig into United Healthcare and compare its, like I said, the apples and oranges with Blue Cross Blue Shield, is United Healthcare is nationwide accountable, but not statewide. So that's therefore many of the things like my children's elemental formula, their nutritional basic need is not covered. I've also had many reach out to me that have had United Healthcare or have, and said that they are back 8 months to 2 years on claims that were pre-approved. So, again, apples and oranges, and again, all due respect, I know you're a broker, but I'm a nurse, I have really tried to comb both sides of it to make a comparison so people can make the right decision, especially in our case with our unique kids.
I think
It would be financially devastating to go with UHC.
one of the things I think I'd like to see too, and you can continue and finish your presentation, if you could make this available to our HR, for our employees to be able to view this, and then also if you could leave your contact information with them in case, obviously the individual employees may have certain questions and things
Absolutely.
that they want to address with you on a more, in-depth level.
I'd be happy to.
I think one of the biggest concerns would be with everybody is whether United Healthcare would acknowledge pre-existing conditions. If they do acknowledge pre-existing conditions, then my way of thinking is there's no way they could deny these kids their medicines.
So, there's really a couple things that you're saying there. So pre-existing conditions in the old world, when a person got a pre-existing condition, is because they went without insurance coverage for more than 63 days, and then that pre-existing condition only lasted for a year, and it was offset by any amount of coverage that you had. And really what it said is they're not going to cover anything that you've seen a doctor for or approved person to see a doctor for. So that's to prevent somebody from not having health insurance and then having cancer or something come up and then getting health insurance. So that pre-existing only stopped anything that you've seen a doctor for or approved person to see a doctor for, and it was only for a year. That's all. That's on the old world. That doesn't even happen anymore. They don't do a pre-existing condition. So that's the first part of that. The second part of that is really the formulary part of the prescriptions, which I can't answer specifically because I don't know, have any of the information in front of me. I'd be happy to research it for you. But, and really those formularies, the insurance companies, they'll release their formularies once, if not twice a year, and those do change. Sometimes United Healthcare has a formulary that's not as nice on certain prescriptions, and sometimes it's better on other prescriptions. It's just, you just gotta kind of manage it and work through it. So, obviously, the last thing I would want to do is have an employee with special situation, special needs be left out in the cold on this, so we would never let that happen. We would want to work through that at the very least.
But UHC has to be a network in order to provide that service. And specifically, I've looked into BioRx Pharmacy, not a network. That's going to be used for immune deficiency. It even called Walgreens and Medicine Shop Compounding Pharmacy, not a network, won't pay for it. And
So is this-
rarely, I both go to the Medicine Shop, John at Walgreens here in Chatham, I picked not just unique situation like ourselves and our children, but basic things like reflux medications.
So how long ago was this?
Just a few weeks ago.
Okay. So, was it United Healthcare or United Healthcare River Valley, do you know?
I'm sorry,
Was it United Healthcare or United Healthcare River Valley?
United Healthcare.
So there's actually two United Healthcares. There's multiple
Right.
networks, and so, I can't speak to what exactly you're looking at and talking about because I don't have it in front of me. I'd be happy to research it, but it could have been United Healthcare, it could have been United Healthcare River Valley, which is their heritage network, which is based in Moline and covers Iowa, Illinois. They did just change their pharmacy, their PBM provider. So it used to, it's Medco now, it used to be Medco, now it's Optum Health. So, I mean, their pharmacy piece has changed. I mean, so it's hard for me to identify specifically your exact situation, but, I mean, I'd be happy to research, that's all I can really say.
No, and I appreciate that, I do. Again, I agree, I understand where you're coming from.
Okay, and you can leave your contact, like I said, leave your contact with HR, and they can get in touch with you with specific questions that they have for you.
Okay.
Okay.
So the next page, so those are three United Healthcare options that potentially save premium. The next page, I've matched United Healthcare, but this could be Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois as well. I picked a higher deductible United Healthcare plan, and I've wrapped a gap policy around it. So the green is a gap policy, and ultimately what it does is it provides three levels of benefit. The first level would be an inpatient, outpatient, essentially bucket of money that would pay claims down. The second piece would be critical illness. So if someone has heart attack, cancer, stroke, end-stage renal, or organ transplant, they automatically pay a $5,000. So there's really three components to this, or the accident advance. But ultimately, you could layer a gap product around this that pays first dollar, and it would reduce the employee's exposure to, for a single employee, their inpatient claims would be $1,250. Outpatient, their total would be $3,750. For family, it'd be $2,500 and $7,500. So just another concept, it would take some time to fully outline it to show you how it works, but it just shows you pricing and kind of a high-level overview of what it looks like. And that would be about 10% higher than current, about 10% lower than your renewal. And then we did look at Health Alliance, which is actually very popular down here in this neck of the woods. That's that last column there. And their HRA plans are priced really well. Now, with Health Alliance, they would require individual applications from all employees. So these are what are called initial rates. They have no medical underwriting attached to them yet, so, which is outlined in the red there. But their rates are, as you can see, considerably lower than current and renewal. I would expect those to go anywhere from 10, 15% higher. More work would be done to finalize those rates, but ultimately the same concept with Health Alliance. You take that premium savings and you would buy this high deductible plan back down through an HRA. Last page here I've just summarized. I won't make this any longer than we have to. I've summarized my presentation. Some of the other carriers in the market that we didn't quote, they're just not competitive right now, and or they don't have very good networks down here. And so, of course, anywhere we go, we're always focused on network and pricing and all those things. So, but I guess the question really is if any of these concepts are concepts that you haven't seen, or if you want to talk a little further about any of these, we would welcome the opportunity to sit down and maybe drive down that path.
What was your name again, please?
Steve Prater.
Steve Prater, okay.
Yes, sir.
With Insurance Partners?
I'm actually with Sagacity Benefits.
Okay, that's
Right before all the numbers, I have all our contact information here.
All right, thank you.
So I'll provide that as well.
Are there any questions from the board members right now?
I just have is there any questions from we didn't have public comment on this, but is there any questions from the audience?
I have one question.
Yes.
When like if you went with an HSA or an HRA, once the money is in there, it can only be used for health benefits. It can't be taken out to use for something else.
No, the IRS.
By employees or by the employer.
Correct. So HSA and the HRA, the only things you can use that money for are what the IRS calls qualified expenses. And I can give you a list of those. It's, any of your prescriptions, deductible co-pays, dental, vision, any of their list of qualified expenses. HSA money would be used, so if the village decided to go that route and put money into each individual employee's HSA, if that employee left the company, that money would stay with them. It truly is employee dollars. HRA would be employer dollars, so then that premium savings would stay with the employer and used for same qualified expenses. If the employee left, it remains with the employer.
Ma'am. I just want to ask, so you're a broker, so the numbers that you're going to give them, would that be what they pay, and then how do you get your benefit out of this?
Absolutely. So the way that works in the broker community is whenever an insurance company releases a quote, it's got a couple percentage points built in for commission. So that's how we're paid. So when each of our clients pay their premium, the insurance company sends us a commission statement essentially back. One thing I would add is you really have two teams here. So as I alluded, Chris originally came to me about this program that I have that's for city, counties, and schools, and then we essentially started working together on this. But we've got a local broker who's in this neighborhood who would be here to help employees, service employees, has a local representation, and then I'm actually out of southeast Iowa, so I live right on the river. So I'm about 2.5 hours away. So essentially you have two brokers that will be working for you for the same price as one. Well, there's some value to that. And so they're with Insurance Partners, which is our partner broker.
one other question, if I may, I'm sorry. Just, and this is kind of for the board, I don't really know, but my question is, based on the number of employees being relatively small, I'm just wondering if you decide on a plan or a company for insurance, does that mean that all the employees have to agree, have the same plan? Okay, because of the number, okay, that's what I thought, thank you.
And those are some of the conversations you could have. I mean, one of the options also is to, you could make us your agents, your brokers on the Blue Cross Blue Shield piece, and we could further look at deeper options there too. So that is certainly an option. And one of those options may be having a plan that matches what your union benefit is required to match. And then maybe you have a second plan that's a higher deductible plan that costs less. So you could change the design of that also, and those are just conversations that could be had.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
I've got an extra presentation if anybody needs it. I'll leave it.
Yeah, but like I said, if you could get that to Mr. McCord or HR Director Jill Butler, and then your contact, that way they can share with the employees, that'd be helpful.
Super. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Just real quick. For the record, my name is Mike Mahoney. I'm with NACU Insurance Services out of Springfield. We are the current broker of record with the Blue Cross Blue Shield. I know for the essence of time, many of you were here a couple of weeks ago when we spoke. I just wanted to give a quick recap. Obviously, we were invited here to do a capabilities presentation. Many of you are aware of the services that we provide, but I just want to sort of bring things back in. Obviously, the strategies, the ideas that have been proposed here, that's part of what we've done. As we talked about 2 weeks ago, 2009, we implemented the health reimbursement arrangement, which I shared 2 weeks ago, has equated to almost $500,000 to village savings. We talked about this 2 weeks ago. United Healthcare, if we're looking for $1, we got it, okay? Without a doubt. I said here last two weeks ago, our job as a broker is to gather information and provide it to you so that you can make an educated decision. Obviously, at that time, there were a lot of people who had questions, had concerns about the United Healthcare coverage. Much of that came about because of the analysis that we provided for the employees. And, you know, at the end of the day, like I said, we've been able to show further strategies here to keep the employees' benefits exactly the same, but be able to mitigate that increase as far as the village is concerned. Employees keep that same benefit. You know, as far as further analysis with United, we can become creative with that. But all said and done, I think we're back to where we were 2 weeks ago of that, where is the disruption, which we've already identified, and all said and done, does that premium savings, moving to another carrier, offset that potential disruption? I can't answer that for everyone. Obviously, that has been shared. The board has information from last week as far as alternative ideas. So again, we appreciate the years that we've been with you. I think we have shown our competency and strategy to keep this as a win-win for both the employees and in the village. And thank you for your time, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you.
Very well, thank you.
All right. Moving along, I know we have the Cardinal Ridge annexation agreement, and we have members from the Cardinal Ridge annexation team here to present some of the information. This went to, I believe it was the Planning Commission, correct? Pat, if you want to overlay on the results of what happened during the Planning Commission meeting, that'd be great.
We had a public hearing for the annexation agreement. There was no one that spoke in opposition. The developer presented his plan to the Planning Commission, said they had the public hearing, and then they went into a regular session. After that, then they decided to look at each of the three maps, the location map, the sketch map, and the preliminary plan. They did it in that order in case they wanted to change any of the configurations. They did not. So then they turned around and voted on those 3 and then voted on the zoning request. And those all passed. There was 1 dissenter.
Before I open it up to, I believe Mr. Holloway, if I don't know if there's something you want to say, I want to open it up if there's anybody that has any public comment in regards to the Cardinal Ridge annexation agreement and the sketch map that they put forward.
I have plans there too, if the board needs to see. I've got enough of all 3 of the sketches for all of these. So.
Hearing no public comment on that, I'll let Mr. Holloway go ahead and present.
My name is Chris Holloway. I'm a principal and managing partner of Lake Area Development Group and Apartment Mart of Springfield, 2 interrelated companies. One is the owner and the other is the developer of the property. So with the same ownership in both, and I'm a principal in both. Our proposal is to annex to the village 72 acres of ground, which is a little further to the west on Mansion Road than where existing development is right now. It's sort of the next natural expansion to the village, in my opinion. The total 72 acres is broken out into 49 single-family lots, 36 duplex lots, and 28.9 acres for R3 or multifamily zoning. In our plan, we had asked for no exceptions or exemptions to existing zoning. Really everything we presented was in full compliance with normal zoning and code laws. There is a buffer of duplexes around the R3 or the multifamily land, which would provide a buffer between any R1 or any single-family homes. The existing plan also is not against any existing single-family R1 zoning. So there is almost like a double buffer, if you will, between where the multifamily would be and where the R1 existing is in place. We've submitted a plan that would be a 3-phase project. My estimate would be it would be approximately a 5-year development plan. Over that development plan, we've made some calculations on what the benefits to the village might be. We're going to generate over $500,000 in building permit fees, water tap, electric tap, and inspection fees. The revenues that are generated from utilities at our project at Prairie Vista, based on what our usage is there, we should generate over $1.5 million of annual revenue to the utility department. 1.1 million of that would come from the R3 portion of it. Property taxes would be estimated to be over $1 million a year, $600,000 of which would go to Unit 5. Some of the questions or some of the comments that we typically get as we've talked to people around the village about this is concern about the apartments, who lives there, what the impact of the schools are. So we've done some surveys, which I think give us a pretty good indicator of what we expect to see in this development. In our existing complex, we have there's 224 units, 72 children. Of those 72, 45 are school age. Of those 45, only 25 are new to the district. One of the phenomena we run into that we didn't really anticipate, and the demographics that we would get, is that the 45 school-age students, 20 of them were already students in the district when they came to our complex. A typical example might be a mother and father living in the school district, divorce occurs, and the moving out parent comes to our complex, and they have a child going back and forth. So the net effect to those 224 units was 25 new school kids to the district. Based on the property taxes we paid last year, the portion that went to Unit 5, we're paying almost $9,000 per student to Unit 5 for the students in our complex. I would see no reason to anticipate in the new complex that demographics would be any different than what we have in the existing. One of the other things that we did take a look at to make some comparisons, if you look at who's in our existing complex compared to the census data for 62629 zip code, the average age of our renters is 37.6. For 62629 is 37.4. We're also getting several retired couples. In the early days of our opening our complex out there, I know from just talking to people, there were 3 couples that moved in right away that were retired couples moving to this area, never having lived in Central Illinois, but their grandchildren were in the unified school, so they came here to be closer to the kids. That kind of surprised us, frankly, when we that many people in that age demographic, but, you know, they're good renters, they're good people for the community, in my opinion. Average income, $75,600 a year, average household income in our complex. I think that's probably much higher than most people would expect or would anticipate. Average children per household in the 62629 zip code, 1.03, in our complex, 0.35. So that's kind of the demographics of who we've attracted. I think the benefits that we would offer the village in the form of the additional income, the revenue, a decent place for people to live is our goal. I'd be happy to answer any questions any of you might have, anything I can answer about what we plan to do.
I have a question for them. Will the Waters Commission, that water can't be able to handle this much growth out there?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Without a new tower.
Yeah.
Without a new tower, an additional tower.
No, we don't need another tower for that.
What kind of rents do you get?
I'm sorry.
How much are your rents?
At our current project, 900 and 920.
What are the prices of single-family homes compared to the current prices that we see around town?
You mean what do I expect these single-family
Yes.
homes to be?
Yes.
I don't know that I can answer that right now. I know that the houses that we built right across the street from us, which are about the same size lots, are selling, I believe, in the was it 220, 230?
Yeah, the average house that's being built in there, the lowest has been 214.9 and the highest has been 234.5.
That's right across the street from us.
Chris, why don't you address what the utility boost to the community,
Sure.
please?
Certainly, if you look at the total amount of revenues generated by the apartment complex, like I said, the 1.1 million is what we estimate the apartment complex would generate. A little over $1.5 million for the overall development, because again, this is more than just an apartment complex. So $1.5 million in additional revenue, that's both electric and water, based on current usage.
I'm concerned about the infrastructure of the water pipes. I mean, I don't know, test it. Well, how many water main breaks did I have? So if we're extending it that far out, I just want to make sure this guy isn't going to waste his money building it and he can't supply what he needs.
They can use that.
Sorry. I get the impact, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
What effect does this have on our fire department and our police department? You know, having additional, I know they've been wanting to build a second fire department for a long time. What's the perception on that?
John, why don't you
I
respond?
can answer for the police department. This complex has been real easy to work with. Anytime we call up there, typically the next day the manager for you is what happened. I know we keep a close eye on people, so if there are problems, they don't last there very long. And as far as the alcohol goes, we don't really have a huge amount for the amount of people that are living there. They also have several cameras that they've always given us access to anytime we need it. We're working on something, so as far as from a police standpoint, they've been really great to work with.
And as far as the fire department gets 7% of the tax bill in the fire district. So whatever your property tax bill, they would get 7%. So it would be a huge boost for them also.
That's where that number there, Chris.
It'd be about $73,000 additional.
I think some of the initial thought too about the second fire station, I think more of that plays into the high-speed rail situation than it actually does the expansion of that, because with high-speed rail coming, Chatham only currently has the one underpass to go under, and we would cut that would be cut off basically in an emergency situation, so they wouldn't have a fire station on the other side. Now, I'm not going to speak officially for the fire department, they have their own board, but just in our discussions in high-speed rail, I know that that's a factor. Board members have any questions for Mr. Holloway with regard to the development?
Yeah. In terms of the traffic flow on Mansion Road, I was at the public hearing, and I know there was a a dispute really kind of between our engineer and your engineer regarding where the traffic was going to go. And I know your engineer had a prediction of 85% going on Mansion Road, 15% going down Garvey. Ours had 50% going on Mansion Road, 50% going down Garvey. What's your assessment? What do you think is going to happen regarding
To me,
that?
the natural flow of traffic is going to be on the Mansion Road. And I think the engineer for the village spoke a little bit after and said that one of the things that he was not aware of was some of the statistics that I was providing about the school kids. He was envisioning a lot of people going through Garvey, taking kids to daycare, taking them to school, or doing something other than just heading out on Mansion Road to go wherever they're heading. I think he's more inclined, they're still having that discussion, and Steve, you may want to address this, but the village engineer and our engineer was going to sit down and try to resolve that difference. But I do know that at the end of the evening, I think they were closer together than they were apart.
Okay, good. And then the other question I have is what, and I didn't see this in the information that was provided, with the additional traffic that's going to be on Mansion Road, what is the current rate, what is the current capacity on Mansion Road, and what is the maximum capacity? And if you receive approval of this, will Mansion Road be over capacity? Will Mansion Road be over capacity?
Steve?
We submitted a traffic analysis to Green and Bradford, and they're reviewing it. But I have copies here if you would like to see. Mansion Road currently has an ADT, I think, of 2,800 cars per day on it. Just to give you a point of reference, on the other side of Mansion Road coming out of Piper Glen is 4,900. So there's about 2,000 more cars on the east side of Mansion Road coming to Route 4 than on the west side. In our peak hour, we're going to be adding about 90 cars in that peak hour. I've got these studies here if you'd like to see them.
Steve, can you say that average daily trip number again?
The ADT currently is 2,800 on our side of Route 4, 4,900 on the east side of Route 4 on Mansion Road.
If I'm not mistaken, though, the east side of Mansion Road, that's an improved street, whereas ours is just blacktop. Is that correct?
Well, there has been an improvement. I mean, there are similar lane configuration on both sides of Mansion Road at the intersection.
Yeah. I'm not necessarily talking about the intersection. The intersection, I think, is on Route 4. I think that's fine. I'm talking about the actual road and the wear and tear on the road itself.
Yeah, you have, there's been asphalt improvement, I think, to about Ptarmigan currently, and it's oil and chip from Ptarmigan west.
All the way west. And that's the part that I'm concerned with. Adding additional traffic to the oil and chip portion of it. Will that road be able to handle the additional traffic that would be predicted for this project?
Well, I mean, there's oil and chip roads all over. There's some benefits actually to oil and chip as far as maintenance from the village standpoint compared to trying to maintain asphalt. Like I said, I'm working with Green and Bradford and looking at existing Mansion Road and the turn lanes there and the surface and we'll work through that.
Is that a village-maintained road or a township-maintained road? Village.
As far as our limit, so right now, as far as North Point, this annexed, we would take it to the next section. Now,
About a half a mile.
Yeah, it's not. Most of the development runs north-south instead of east-west.
That's really the major issue I have, Chris. Otherwise, I think everything else seems...
You know, Joe, in the past, we have asked developers to contribute towards improvements to that road. as part of their annexation agreement. We've yet to have those discussions.
And I think that might be needed.
You know, Springfield has that. Every new development on an unimproved road has to contribute a monetary formula to be able to help pay for improvements there.
Yeah, I would agree, that's a good idea. I mean, I think a lot of people are concerned too with not just the traffic, but also the construction of the bigger trucks coming through, and what the damage they'll do to the roads.
Chris, did you have some plans for, in front of your board?
Before we come back here and ask for approval, we will have the issue resolved with the village engineers and our engineer. I would hope to be able to address that.
I have a question. I have a question for you, Chris. There's been a lot of chatter on social media. Some of those people have shown up here. A lot of them are probably going to listen and watch this, so I'm going to ask this question for them. What are your plans for maintaining this and keeping this apartment complex nice? There's a lot of people have speculated, we don't want to see this become like some apartment complexes in Springfield. So my question to you would be for me and for them listening, what are your plans for that? And can you give us any properties you have that are dated somewhat that you can show us? You maintain these, you know?
I mean, that's the question that does always come up, is it's okay today, what happens about tomorrow? Is that essentially your question? I guess I can tell you that to look at our track record, we have a property over at Lake Point, which was our first construction project here in town. That's about 12 years old. There are other properties around the community, even if you look in Springfield, where they're older properties. There's some on Cokie Mill. There are Blue Apartments, I mean, I think you've seen those. Those have been there probably 25 years, and they're one of our competitors. I think they have a nice, neat, clean-looking property, and I think it's well managed. The one's downtown, Lincoln Square, has been there probably 30 years. But I think it's pretty well maintained, well managed as well. But I think because of the news broadcasts that cover all of the problem ones, those are the ones you have to think about. And the ones when we went in for zoning in Springfield one time for a property, and half the zoning committee had never heard of Lake Point Apartments. That was a surprise to me. We've been there a long time. And I think that's a good thing, I guess, if they haven't heard of it. But we're local. We're here every day. My office is located at Prairie Vista. Grant's over at Lake Point. We have already picked our manager for this property. We're successful in getting that. Raise your hand, Ann. This is my youngest daughter, Ann. But, this is a family operation for us. I guess I would tout that as the biggest difference between that and other properties you may be aware of.
Thank you.
I guess the next step as a board, since we want some further information, do we want to hold off on putting this on the next agenda
I would agree.
until we do that? Is that a consensus amongst the board?
Yeah, I'd like to see what the,
I'm assuming that we'll have the issue resolved on the traffic on the road with the village engineers before next
I think Chris would like to see what the committee felt tonight. There was very few comments from our engineer, and I think it was just a few items, and I think they've already addressed all those, and they're been addressed on the board docs. Like I said, the only thing that hasn't been addressed is possibly contributing to the road out on Mansion Road. And the other thing I need to bring to your attention is Mr. Holloway's attorney is Sorling, as ours is. So Angela from Sorling recommended that we hire Alex Raven to review the annexation agreement and any kind of documents for this project. So I would need you guys' permission to do that also.
If I may ask, if we're able to get those issues resolved with the village engineer by next Tuesday, otherwise we can defer.
So one of the things the plan committee had asked was a full traffic study. Is that what you're in the process of
We
doing?
submitted a traffic study.
A full traffic, not just the analysis, but a full
The
traffic.
full traffic study has to be done by the time of the first plat.
By the time of the first plat. And
I would look
So
for what
that-
the plan that you said as well, Pat. I
The
think
full-
that's a good idea.
so then the full traffic study, essentially we approve the annexation agreement before we know the full traffic study result.
Well, essentially, he's agreeing to do the results of whatever that full traffic study.
And that's what I want to make clear, is that if a traffic study returns the fact that you need to do a widening on Mansion Road and include a turn lane into your project, and the company right away, you're willing to do that and to include that as part of your annexation?
I guess I want to reserve the right to talk to the village engineers and our engineer about the cost of that and what that may involve. If that's necessary, then I would expect people to ask that.
Is that a conflict of interest when we use Green and Bradford and then you guys are using Green and Bradford?
We don't use it.
They submit it to the village.
They're reviewing our
They're
studies.
reviewing your, for the village, okay. That name keeps
Two.
coming up.
Two different companies. They submit and then our guys look at it.
And we find out fast, right?
We can put it on.
We can put it on there, and if it's not resolved by then, we'll just move it to old business for the next meeting. In regards to the attorney, for Alex, I mean, I have no problem with that. I mean, I understand there's a conflict of interest there. So,
Do they need to take a vote on this, or it can just go forward and be on? There needs to be a recommendation from the board to put the annexation agreement, the location sketch, the sketch map, and the preliminary plan on for passage.
And
Well, we would like that to happen.
Yeah, if that's where you want. I'm sorry.
The annexation reviewed by Alex, which we seem to consent, is a fine choice for this.
The initial annexation agreement was drawn up by their attorney and reviewed by John Myers before he retired. But I would prefer someone.
I'll make that recommendation to put it on, and then.
Ken, I'll add with it that we request that Alex incorporate the provisions in there talking about when, at the time that the full traffic study is done, that comes up with the developer, you know, prior to proceeding with it.
My question is, maybe you can help answer this, is if we would agree to an annexation, would we have, should I say, the hammer that we have without, we have a lot more flexibility with an annexation agreement than we would if we annex the land and then we try to get a developer's agreement, is that correct?
Generally speaking, you want an annexation agreement to set forth all of those terms.
And that's what I mean, I know it says we have to wait until, or it says that the full traffic study, it doesn't necessarily take place until the first plat, but is there a way that we can increase that time frame for that full traffic study to occur prior to the annexation agreement?
Well, I think so.
Can I ask that question in a different way?
Sure.
If you put an annexation agreement on a parcel of land and a provision attached to it is prior to its development, this requirement has now been attached to that parcel, that carries to whether it's these guys or the next guy. Is that you attach to the parcel?
The parcel is currently not annexed to the village.
Correct.
It's currently not owned by the proposed development.
Correct.
He will not purchase the land if he does not get his annexation agreement with that zoning.
Correct. And so when you approve an annexation agreement with the provisions attached to it, either he says, I'm going or I'm not going. So the traffic study, as long as it's done prior to the time he starts, wouldn't matter. I mean, he can't go until it's done.
What do you think on that?
Well, I mean, the traffic study's gonna look at a 20-year projection.
Just a second, see, let's let our attorney answer that.
We're trying to stay out of this one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Generally speaking,
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of, that conflict line there, but.
I would say.
I want to have an attorney answer that question.
Yeah,
Me or Pat.
and I would say one thing you could consider doing, obviously, as you said, to move this forward, make it contingent upon these issues being worked out with your special counsel on this, get it to the next board meeting, and you can make sure all these issues are addressed. It's not binding you to doing anything at the next meeting.
Right.
And then within a week, we should be able to have Alex.
Yeah, I'm really comfortable with that.
And if not, we'll go to the next board meeting.
Clear as mud.
Clear as mud. All right, so we'll put that on.
Okay.
All right. We'll move quickly. I don't think there's anyone presenting on Spartan Valley on the next development. Is there someone here to present? Pat, do you want to?
I don't think so. But the planning commission met probably 2 months ago, we accepted their annexation agreement. They are completely annexed into the village. They presented their location map in the previous month. That was accepted, but there was some problems with their sketch map and their preliminary plan. They revised those, they submitted it, and you can see the comments of the engineer there. Probably the biggest items that need to be pointed out to you there are, they asked for a variance. One of the cul-de-sacs is longer than what our requirement is. It's not as long, an example of it is like Avenal, that street. It's not as long as that. I think our requirement says it can't be over 600 feet long. Or not, or no, it has to be at least 600, or
Less than
600. I think this one was 800. The other thing was...
Did they provide an eyebrow?
They did not. It was just the bulb.
But they can change that based on the topography of the ground too, can they not, Pat? They can change that requirement.
That was the explanation given on.
Yeah, that's why they needed
cul-de-sac.
it. There was not a way to connect that into that road to another area because the topography dropped off so quickly. But I think the biggest problem that faces this is Woodland Trail, the road that is to the south of the property, is currently falls under the jurisdiction of the city of Springfield. And I think CWLP currently maintains that road. Springfield has been approached about doing a jurisdictional transfer and turn that road over to the village of Chatham. We started that in the previous administration when Mayor Houston was in. We were told that it's still moving forward, but I've had no communication whatsoever with the city of Springfield's engineer. The engineer from Spartan checks in occasionally and says that they're still moving forward on it. But the thing that I think you guys need to be aware of is that road is in very, very bad shape. It does not meet our minimum requirements, where at least Mansion Road does meet our minimum requirements. That road does not meet our minimum requirements. They will have to do some widening on that road, improve the base, and I think our minimum requirement is an oil and chip road out there. So.
And there's some drainage.
And there's some drainage problems. So the county, they thought that Springfield might improve that road before they give it to us, but I'm not getting that feeling. So if they don't pass that to us, or we don't want to take it, Mr. Christopoulos would have to approach the city of Springfield about access off that road into his development. But from talking to his engineer and our engineer, he could still proceed with this development. It's just, he's going to have to work out something either with us for the access or the city of Springfield.
Thoughts?
I think the thought here is similar to kind of what the planning commission said, that the thing to keep in mind is at no point do we want to accept that road in the condition that it's in.
Is this the road by Lake Services?
Wildlife sanctuary.
Yes, that's the road.
And there's no way he could access to direct, no?
At first, he talked about running it through his sports park, but that was nixed. And in Springfield, when I talked to their engineer, they would propose giving it to us all the way from Gordon Drive to the very, where it bends and goes back towards the south. So that would help us for future development along there, knowing that we would have access, but it would be most likely an unimproved road past Mr. Christopoulos' area. It would just be in the same condition that it is now. So.
Okay. So do we want to move forward with putting this on the agenda for next Tuesday as well?
Put that.
I think the same stipulation.
Same stipulation?
Well, you put that on, and the difference on this one is we have to accept the jurisdictional transfer. So the spot where we sit is, if Springfield wants to transfer it unimproved, we say no until we have the agreement from Christopoulos to improve it to the extent that we wish it, or they improve it first, and then we say yes, we'll take that.
And I would also need Alex.
So we have a
conflict on this. Angeles represents Mr. Christopoulos' fence business.
And not specifically in this matter, but just to avoid any appearance. hopefully we're narrowing those down.
We would rather avoid any of this.
That's right.
So we have a recommendation then to move forward, or?
I think so. I mean, I think we say the same thing. Yeah, I think we say the same thing as if we don't get this agreement or this arrangement, it just goes on to.
One way or the other, what's going to happen is in order for this property to be built, somebody's going to have to approve the road, and that somebody will end up being the developer. So if we accept it, we still don't take the road. And that's an agreement between us and Springfield on taking the road. And if it's not approved, our answer to Springfield is we don't want it. They will then in turn go to the developer and say, in order for you to have access off of our road, you must do this.
So you want to, we'll put it on and see where we're at next Tuesday, and if not, it doesn't seem like Dell says not as imminent, so we'll see where we're at with it.
Over 300 homes in that, so.
But I'm fine with Mr. Rabin serving as conflict attorney. The rest of the board, you guys fine with that as well? All right. Okay. All right. Moving along, we got one more presentation to make, to get out of the way, but get him up here so you can do it. Scott Curtis is here from CBSI. He's talked with trustee Lindhorst, and I believe he has a presentation to make for the village.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Scott Curtis. I'm here representing CBSI, the local youth Chatham and baseball softball organization. I've been a part of the organization for the last 5 or 6 years, and today's meeting is just an informative meeting. Here's why. I believe a lot of the village trustees and our leadership aren't aware of what CBSI has done. And here's why. For the last couple of years, we have given some significant resources. And to me, a significant amount of resources. And we're not getting any good, bad, or ugly feedback from the village. So that's my 5-minute presentation today, is just to share with the village trustees what we've done, what we're doing, and hopefully what we can do together in the future. So right now, in 2015, there are 765 participants, 765 boys and girls that are participating in both youth baseball and softball in Chatham. Significant amount of kids. We provide both rec and competitive opportunities for these boys and girls. We use facilities all in Chatham. We use all the facilities that the village owns, from J.C. Park to the community park to West Side Park. And we also have a great agreement with the school district where they allow us to use GIS in Chatham Elementary free of charge. Again, trying to give back to the kids in the community. We host 5 competitive baseball tournaments during the year. And I don't think people are aware of this. Out of the 4 of the 5 tournaments, we bring in over 25 teams. Each team on average, let's just say, has 10 or 11 players. That's 250, 275 parents in the Chatham community on the weekend. Bringing revenue, McDonald's, Harvey, Subway, whatever. We feel like we're an asset to the community. The 4th of July tournament, we will have over 60 committed teams so far. From St. Louis, Bloomington, Champaign, Chicago, Quad Cities. They're coming to our community, Chatham, to spend 2 or 3 days here. Figure the math, times 10 parents, you're talking well over, for the year, 1,500 parents that are in our community over the summer, playing a game, fun game that both boys and girls and parents love. Now, we do try to provide a value to the community. And here's some examples, cost-wise. We charge a participant in T-ball $55. An organization out of Springfield on the west side charges T-ball, 5 and 6-year-old boys and girls, $80. We feel like we're a value. For 1st and 2nd grade, we charge $60. And again, this organization on the west side of Springfield charges $80. And here's finally, for our 3rd and 4th grade boys and girls, we charge $75. And the west side of Springfield charges $100 to play 8 to 10 games during the summer. Now, why do I say that? Because there are families that come up to me every year and say, Scott, we couldn't afford to play softball or baseball unless we played CBSI. That's what motivates me. That's what motivates me, is when these families say they can't afford it. I volunteer my time, the 11 other board members volunteer their time, So we provide an opportunity for the boys and girls in Chatham. We have a lot of cost. We have insurance that we pay over $6,000 a year on, which I think we get, as a village board, we got to talk about, because I think both of us are insuring some of the same buildings. Sanitation, we pay over $2,000 for some porta potties. We have equipment cost of over $5,000. Utilities for the lights that the village charges us, over $1,500. Storage rental, $1,500. And umpires, we pay high school boys and girls in the community money to stay in Chatham and get $22 a day, or a game. So we feel like we're giving back to the youth boys and girls that play our game. Pretty cool. What have we done in the past? And that's kind of, again, when I say that we feel like we've done a lot of good things. In 2012, we raised and got together as a board and spent $22,000 to renovate South Park, Community Park concession stand. Bathrooms, impeccable. It was a dirty, mice-infested, roach-infested facility. We got together and we cleaned this place up and spent $22,000. If anybody goes out there for the 4th of July fireworks, the bathrooms, the concession stand, it is spotless. It's awesome. For the last couple of years, we built batting cages. If anybody sees them over at South Park, every night there's 10, 15, 20, 30 people within the community, boys and girls with their parents, hitting softballs or baseballs in the batting cage. It's pretty cool. We maintain those. And just to let you know, we spend about $3,500 a year to maintain the batting nets, which are $1,000 a piece, the on-deck, the places where they stand, the L screens, which is the protective safety screen for the parents. All in all, about $3,500. We just built a new one over at JC Park. Again, so we have 5 batting cages in the facility that we maintain 100%. And this year, 2015, we got together as a board and we spent over $25,000 to renovate JC Park bathrooms and concession stand. It was embarrassing for a 6, 7, 8-year-old girl to go into that bathroom. So we said, screw this, we're going to spend money, and we spent $25,000 to clean that place up. And nothing against the village, but not one single person called to thank us. Nobody did. That's the reason I don't think they knew about it. Nobody knows about what we're doing, so that's shame on me and our organization for not communicating to that. So what's the future? We are here to help. We will do whatever you guys want. Every year, we've got some money in our account that we need to spend. But we want it back into the parks is what we're asking. We want to put it back into the parks for the boys and girls and the parents. Keep our costs low so parents can play the game, or the kids can play the game. And again, I was shared through some other people that there could be discussions about a fee and a tax. That we need revenue in Chatham. Understood, we need revenue. But please don't charge parents who have 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old boys and girls $3, $5, $10 a fee to raise money. We're already doing that. We're already giving away $45,000 in the last 3 years back to the parks. All I'm saying, if that money's needed, we will give you that money. We will do whatever is needed that is help back in the organization. We're just asking for your consideration, not to put, if you do enact this fee, not to go into a general fund that who knows what will happen to it. We're just asking to
Scott, what fee are you talking about? There's not been any discussion here of a fee.
Okay.
I'm aware of.
I was just heard that just some, maybe social media, some discussions about trying to generate some revenue in the parks.
There's been parks people, like the Parks Department and stuff, trying to get more revenue into their, to help improve.
All the parks committees?
Yes. So with that, you know, we were looking at different options, and Scott actually contacted me, and, you know, I said I was the one that proposed it. So, is an option to bring it out. I didn't propose it to this, but it was an idea I was looking at. But he was kind enough to then say, we'll be willing to say, let's say CBSI is doing something, CCFL is doing something. We've got all these different organizations doing something. Friends of the Parks is raising money. Everybody's raising different money, all these different groups, but nobody, there's a Parks Department we have and a Rec Department that has no access to any of these funds. And they have things being destroyed on a regular basis. They're not able to fix equipment out of the park. And this all affects the park. Lights on the, you know, these are things that we've talked about, but everybody's has different allocations that they could bring. that was a great idea that you had said, let's all allocate, but make sure it stays in the park. And that he did step up and say, well, give us a number. Let's all sit down and find a number for all these different organizations. And then we have something with our park and rec department. And I applaud him for that, because I think we're in a time where instead of saying, no, I'm not going to do anything, I'm not changing anything, here's another option. And we're not doing that enough as a community. And so I applaud you
Who's
for
the guy
that.
on the Parks and Recreation, or the Public Properties Recreation Commission?
His name is Roy Gilmore.
Roy Gilmore.
So I applaud you for that, because it is not being done enough here and throughout our community. And to say that means a lot.
And finally recap, these teams that I told you that are coming in from Chicago, Bloomington, Champaign, or whatever, it's pretty cool to talk to the parents, because when they come to our community and they go to this community park, they're in awe. They're in awe. They're like, holy cow, this facility is spotless, it's clean. The fields are maintained the best they've ever seen by any youth organization. So be proud of where you live, because the communities and the parents that have 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old boys and girls that come to this park, they are in awe of what we have. So.
Scott, I want to thank you as well. I know we started the Public Properties Committee, and I know you were a member of it for quite a while. And one of the first things we did was we gathered information from all of these different groups, from CBSI, from CCFL, from box soccer. And one of the things that we wanted to know was how much have you put back into the community? And if I'm not mistaken, CBSI was, between CBSI and CCFL, you guys put in so much more, and we applaud you for what you're doing.
Well, and I think that's something we need to look at for future, is having these people like a Scott more involved, so that they can be part of a couple of the people with the park district making decisions, because it all comes together. And even though, let's say there is, 5,000, something that is, we looked at the numbers, and he's like, well, really, what is, $8,000 or $5,000 if we add that up? But I said, it gives some future plan, and that's where we are as a village. It gives them some idea to say, all right, in 3 or 4 years, we have a plan for this. We're not doing that as a park district, as water department. No, we're not doing that in any department, any forethought planning. And that's where we need to change. And that's kind of what I talked to Scott about, and he was all for it. He's like, yes, I agree. There's things that are destroyed. His netting cages are destroyed on a regular basis. Those are things that we need cameras for. And it'll slow it down. It'll help with, we're not gonna be able to get cops out there all the time on a regular basis, so.
And I think that was part of the intent of the Public Properties Committee, is to take a look at long-term and short-term goals.
I don't think the structure's working though.
So
we need to look at that.
Well, I'll commend the CBSI and CCFL. I know historically you guys have done a lot for the parks, for improvements and what have you. But I think the two approaches to think about is, as the parks, CBSI and CCFL, if we can come to a consensus on prioritizing projects, and those projects that you guys take on the CCFL and the parks, kind of working in conjunction to solve some of the issues at the parks, if you guys are willing to share those resources that are unbaseball related, if you will. But I think that would be an approach that brings everybody in, and we can all agree to how funds are spent.
I love the idea. So what we'll do as a board is, when we meet after the end of the season, we'll kind of see what resources we have available, send the trustee staff the recommendations, and have you guys maybe look at them and share back with us maybe some priorities within the park. And then improve that communication between us. Sure. Thank
you, Scott. All right, move on. I know a lot of us, we're going to back up. A lot of you are here tonight for the discussion about the village dispatch. What we're going to do now is allow for public comment time on that. Like I said, this is your opportunity to address the board with your comments in regard to the dispatch or other issues that you see on the agenda tonight. From there, we'll continue down the agenda, and then the board will discuss the issues as they're brought up on the agenda item. one of the things I am going to say is that we do have a lot of people here that I'm sure are going to want to talk about different things. There is an ordinance that was passed some times back that did limit public comment to 5-minute sessions. So we're going to try and adhere to that, especially if we have a lot of people that are going to comment on this issue. That way, for expedient purposes, we can continue to move on and conduct business and the rest of our business in the meeting. But we are interested and we do welcome your comments on this. I know there's been a lot of chatter going around about everything, and as a board, I know myself, I'm interested to hear the different perspectives with regard to the dispatch and hear our side of it, and along with the research and the findings that I've seen in some of the county proposals and the Sangamon County efficiency proposals. So at this time, I'll open the floor up to public comment if there's anyone who would like to come up. Sure.
Is there a microphone right now?
Yeah, you can just stand here, and if you would say your name for the record, please.
My name's Dave Leach. This thing's working. Thank you for giving me the time to speak here. I'll be brief. I'm a police officer here with the Village of Chatham. I don't have the credentials Chatham-wise that some of you guys do. I wasn't born and raised here. I didn't get hired here until 2009. However, I'm charged with keeping this town safe, and I take an awful lot of pride in doing that here. I've also moved my family here, so together we have a great interest in seeing this town prosper. Please pardon my appearance. If I look like I have bags under my eyes, I do. I've lost a lot of sleep at night over the actions and potential cuts that this board has discussed. I've been involved in several great programs that Chatham Police Department has undertaken recently. The bike rodeo, kids safety program, coffee with a cop, just to name a few of those. I truly enjoy being a police officer in this town. I'm fortunate to have a job that I love and I enjoy coming to work to every day. I care about this town and I really want to see it succeed. It pains me to see a few board members who appear to see nothing but dollar signs over dispatch in the deputy chief position. They've shown great interest in cutting them without taking the time or appearing to learn how valuable and integral both of these are to the success of the police department and the Village of Chatham. It's no secret policing is under fire and intense scrutiny around the country. I don't need to elaborate any further on that. I know you guys have seen the news. I feel as our police department has taken great steps in the past several years to improve its relationship with this community, and we have turned the corner as far as public opinion on that topic. I know we can't please everybody, but I can't tell you how many people have come up to me in person or sent me a message on social media expressing how proud they are to live in a town with police taking an active role in it. Positive role in it also. That is, we're seeing doing much more than just showing up and arresting people or pulling them over for some traffic violation. I take an intense amount of pride in this because unfortunately this is not the way it is in every town or community in this country. I really feel we're making a positive difference here. I want to see that continue. The proposed cut to dispatch in the deputy chief position would not only have a huge impact on the life of these programs, but it may force us to cut some of these entirely. Coffee with a Cop was extremely successful. That was entirely Deputy Chief Foley's doing. He brought that to us and he brought this to this town. Due to high public demand, we were already planning another one. As a matter of fact, we had several businesses contact our police department wanting to host another event at their business. Now we may be unable to do that. It'd be extremely unfortunate for this department to lose something so vital in our efforts to reach out and build positive relationships in this town. A successful police department has great bonds with the citizens that it serves. Dispatch and the deputy chief position play a huge role in allowing us to do that. Losing them both would be a devastating blow to the police department and the Village of Chatham. This community stands to lose a lot of the great community programs Deputy Chief Foley is responsible for bringing here if his position is cut. The board members, the townspeople here, need to decide if they merely want to see the police when they've done something wrong or if they're getting pulled over. Sadly, if these cuts go through, we may be unable to do a lot more than that. We may not have the ability to continue these programs that have generated such a positive response. I honestly and truly cannot imagine eliminating these positions that bring so much to the table of the village. When I was in the police academy 10 years ago, we were taught to stay out of town politics. Nothing good can come out of it, we were told. I've watched this new board convene together for a little more than a month, and we have now reached a point where I feel I can no longer sit back and stay quiet. There's too much at stake to just sit back and watch. This community stands to lose too much. I want to make sure that those in charge of making important decisions for the village, seated up here, are knowledgeable of those decisions beforehand, before they are made. I can't help but feel that there are several board members here, Nina Lindhorst being excluded, who ran for village board on the wave of the public outcry over the water issue. Now that you've been elected, you have very quickly set your sights solely on the police department for immediate cuts. I realize some of our board members have toured the county dispatch, but those same board members have not toured our own. They have not taken the time to tour the very dispatch center they are now proposing to cut. They can't possibly understand its purpose, importance, and potential loss if we lose this. As a resident of this town, a police officer also, but I live here too, that doesn't seem right to me. How can you possibly make an informed decision on something without taking a first-hand look at this? Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am very concerned about the long-term well-being of this town, and I pray we are able to overcome this water issue here. I understand it's first and foremost on a lot of people's mind. It's up near the top of mine also. I want our village board members to make the best decisions they can possibly make that are in the best interest of all the citizens here in this town. Please don't remedy the water issue solely on the back of the police department. I hope and pray you make the right decisions. There's an awful lot riding them. The fate and long-term prosperity of this town and the success and effectiveness of our police department hinge in the balance. Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Yeah, I don't want to see anybody lose their jobs. But here's a question I have. Is it true that the unions and everything got a 3% cost of living increase on their contract?
I believe you did, yes.
Yes, okay. When the cost of living was 1.2%. So they got a big bonus here. So I've been thinking a lot about this, and I have a suggestion. I have two suggestions. What about if everybody who got a cost of living increase of 3% gives back 1.5%? That's going to create additional money. How much that's going to be, I can't honestly answer that.
You ever get a bad raise in your life?
You know what?
Pay cut.
So how much?
You know what, in 2007 and 2008, I took a 60% pay cut. Yes, I have.
Yes, I have.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
What's 1.5%? You get a 3% COLA when it's only 1.2%. So you got an additional 1.8.
Well, I didn't. I'm not working here.
Well,
I'm a resident of this town.
Well,
I just had questions.
that's what I'm saying.
Anyone who wants someone to take a pay cut, needs to go and take a pay cut.
Let's keep this in line, let's comment to the board there, so please.
But let's
Thurston,
stop,
address.
and I'm talking about everybody. All of you take a 1.5% pay cut. You don't make that much as it is, but if you're going to ask all of these people to do it, you need to do it too. You need to do it too. Everybody that works for this village needs to take the 1.5% pay cut. Whatever money you generate from that, you better earmark it so that everybody in this community knows that's not being spent frivolously. And I think that's been the biggest problem here. Another thought I had, what's our sales tax? 6.25%? Why not up sales tax?
That would take a referendum.
Yes.
All right, let's get a referendum on the bill, on the board. 1%,
You can go up to 1%, correct?
up at 1%. We have all these baseball teams, all this, we have a lot of stuff going on here in Chatham. It's cheaper than Springfield. Our sales tax is cheaper than Springfield. How much more would 1% generate? Does anybody know? Has anybody looked at it? It's going to generate an additional amount of money. I don't want to see anybody lose their job. What these guys do, I appreciate, and everybody in this community appreciates. But at the same time, give something back to the community. You got 3%, give us back 1.5%. Maybe it's a short-term thing. I don't want to see any, I guess my theory is, am I willing to give back 1.5% of my pay or lose all of my pay? To me, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. And if everybody did it, how much more, what's that going to generate for this village? And I know everybody's sick and tired of talking about the water, but we're stuck with it. We got $55 million we got to pay off. And I don't know if anybody saw the thing
in Missouri where they're big lawsuit and everything about that. You know, we gotta economize someplace. Unless we want to pay $10 or $12 for 1,000 gallons of water. Now, do we want to do that? But that's coming, I'm sure. Our electric rate has gone up. What was it? 4%? Our garbage rate has gone up 6%. God only knows what our water rate's going to go up to. But, you know, like I said, in 2007 and 2008, I took a 60% pay cut. Was it easy? No, sir. It was not easy, but by God, I did it. And if everybody's willing to do 1.5%, that shows, to me, if everybody's willing to do that, that shows that you really do care about the community. And we don't have to cut. We don't have to cut dispatchers. We don't have to cut the deputy chief.
Thank you. Sir.
I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but after hearing some of the things I've heard, I felt like I should. My name is Roger Smith. I'm a resident of Chatham. I'm a dispatcher at Sangamon County 911. I work for the Springfield Police Department and for the Sangamon County side. We're very busy. We take over, our deputy director is right here. I'm sorry, our director. We take over 500,000 calls a year. We're very, very busy. Chatham Dispatch is very busy also. You guys don't make tickets for every contact that you make, but I guarantee you if you start doing that, you guys put out a number of something like 7,000 calls in your last meeting that you guys have. You guys are probably closer to 20,000, I guarantee it. We deal with these people every day. They're professional. And she talked about giving back to the community. These people give back to their community. Every holiday that you guys have sat at home and enjoyed, they've been at work. Every time your kids stop breathing. Aren't just numbers on a budget. They are people. They're sick people. Do you know all their names? Because I do. They're sick people with family and kids, and I don't want to see them lose their jobs, first of all. Secondly, we live in a time where more police presence is better than less. Chatham is growing. This guy talked about building this new apartment complex out here, and he owns Lake Point. Let me tell you, I work for Springfield Police. We get several calls at Lake Point every single day. I don't care how much smoke he wants to blow and tell you he's a very nice guy, but you bring an apartment in, you're going to bring crime in. And you want people here that can handle that. You get a school shooting, these guys know that school. These guys know these cameras. They train with their officers right here. They can go, they can look at those cameras and tell you exactly what's happening in that school, where our children are at. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get excited, but I just want to say I put a petition online. I'm sure you've probably all seen it. It's got 300 signatures so far. I know online petitions mean nothing, but that just shows that people want this to stay here. People want to be able to call down here at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, hey, why is my power out? If you move this service to Sangamon County, we're not going to tell you why your power is out. We're professional. We do a good job, but we're we don't know. That's not our job. That is the power company's job. And we will tell you that. We'll say, call your power company. You want to know when Lynn pickup is? Sorry, call the village during the day. Oh, you work 9 to 5 and you can't get a hold of them? Too bad. You lost your pet? Sorry. Well, maybe we'll send out an email if we have time. I'm not saying anything bad about Sangamon County because we are top-notch dispatchers and we're trained hard. But we're also busy, we're overworked, and I believe we're understaffed. I worked 300 plus hours of overtime last year as well as everybody else. And it's hard. It's hard to stay awake when you're there at 3 in the morning when you've worked all day long. And then you have to come in again at 11 a.m. the next day. You want a local dispatch here where you guys can depend on each other and have this. This is a good thing. I want to be able to walk down the street if I'm in trouble and walk into this police station and know that somebody's going to be there to help me. I don't want to pick up the phone and call and talk to somebody 14 miles away. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for giving me.
I'm Les Morgan. I've spoken before. I took my own challenge. I came up and I visited our dispatch and learned a lot. I know they've been busy in the past. I've been involved in the Chatham community for 25 years. I lived in Riverton. I've been involved with Chatham American Legion for that long. This is my 25th year. I've been involved with the Chatham Chamber of Commerce. I've been involved with the library. I've been involved with a lot of other organizations in the community. I've been involved with, I was the chairman that helped build, with the help of the village, our Veterans Memorial. So I've had a lot of investment in the Chatham community. 3 years ago, I finally realized one of my dreams. I got to move back to my hometown. I grew up in Chatham. I know a lot of this stuff. A lot of this has changed. And one of the things that I recognize as one of the problems, and I shared this with Mr. Clayton today, and I shared it with a couple of the other trustees that I've spoken to, is Chatham is not the little bedroom village that it used to be. We're growing. And some of us don't like change. But let me tell you, one of the good things about Chatham that I like about it is the ability of having 24/7 customer service. And when you don't get that, and I applaud this gentleman for speaking out and saying, we ain't going to handle it. They're not going to take if your water's been cut off because you were late. And I've had to deal with some of our veterans who are financially destitute and help them to get their water turned back on. And do you think Sangamon County's going to worry about that person? No, they're not. You wait, just like he said, wait till tomorrow morning when they're open. Or when you got little kids, or you've been forced to take in your grandkids because of financial problems, disabilities and things, and your grandkids need water. And I challenged each one of the board members last week to come up here to see our dispatch. You heard, not one of them has been up there.
Joe did ask me about setting up one, so Joe did come to me and say, can I come to a sit-along? So he was the only one that came and asked if he could do it.
Okay, good. And I know Mr. Kinsey has in the past, I don't know if any others have in the past, but it's your responsibility. If you want to know why you're cutting the budget, the least you can do is take care of our own dispatch. I understand you went up to the counties, okay? But we need to take care of our own people. That's where I'm coming from as a taxpayer. And the law, like he said, the lost found pet, access to utility files if somebody needs information. Our officers are supposed to be out on the street. How many of you remember Adam 12? Okay? After every call, and it never really hit me until I was up here yesterday talking with the police officers. After every call, those guys had to go back to their office to do the paperwork. And then the chief is in there, or the squad person is yelling at him, get back on the streets. Well, we got to finish the paperwork. You got to get it done and get back out. And that's what's going to happen here. So it's But a couple of other things to consider. You've got a couple, one gentleman I know that's going to be retiring. So his job can be kind of dissimulated between the others. You're going to lose your 24-hour customer service is what I'm saying. I appreciate the fact that you've given me the time to talk here. Now, I'm going to go out and be at Capitol Airport when we have some real heroes coming back in. So thank you.
Anybody else?
You knew I had to. Thank you.
Okay, Daisha.
Me and Megan would like to use our 10 minutes together and speak very fast. You should all have a handout. Did I miss anyone when you read your lines? Did everybody get a handout? Daisha Marsalia, and I'm one of the dispatchers. And Megan, that's all.
What was your name?
Daisha.
Okay, I was just going to read, I'm going to be reading on behalf of Jan Boucher. She's the chief of police for the Pawnee Police Department. She addressed this letter to Mayor Thomas Gray and the board members. She said, for many years there was always a person on the other end of the line that would listen to the citizen problems and cared about their issues. Richard Schultz, a paraplegic who dispatched from his bedside, gave Pawnee its first real feel of one-on-one emergency service. After the passing of Richard in '94, the mayor and board of trustees decided not to let go of the public relations that had been built through the years of his service with their community, and a 24-hour dispatch service was installed. On August 1st, 2011, the Pawnee Police Department lost their dispatch center due to financial issues. It was a very difficult decision that the mayor and village board members at the time made. Okay, since then they have overcome many hurdles and challenges. She goes on to say that a few issues that the department has endured as a result of losing their dispatch team was a lack of officers on the street due to the amount of clerical duties, less activity due to the need for them to do their own clerical duties, lack of communication between officers when changing shifts, added clerical responsibilities for the chief, which results in less time for public relations and community involvement. Loss of what she would like to call a safety net. For years, anything that fell through the cracks from either the officers or the chief, the dispatchers would bring to her attention. Many times it would be major things that needed to be addressed. I believe that has tarnished the public view of our professionalism, which is a constant concern of hers. Sangamon County dispatchers have no accountability to the agencies they're serving. They also will not know your community and citizens like your dispatchers who have taken the time to learn through the years they have been employed. The knowledge of the dispatchers are irreplaceable. Lack of trust and voice on the radio by officers, no longer in touch with the community, and police building being secured when someone really needs life-threatening help. For the village of Pawnee, she believes the board made the only decision possible for the community, and they've done their best to overcome the issues that it has presented. As a chief of a much smaller community, she cannot imagine the magnitude of issues a community our size would endure with the loss of the knowledge, professionalism, support, and heart that dispatchers now give to our community. Sincerely, Chief of Police, Jan Boucher.
Last week, you guys asked us about our calls because it said 7,300 calls. You said you talked to Sangamon County and they said, no problem, that's nothing. And it isn't nothing, but that wasn't an accurate number. We were only giving you the number of police reports and incident reports because that's the only way we have a system that will track it. We don't have the software to track all the walk-ins and calls. So you guys asked us to start one, just do a generic call log. So we started last Tuesday at 11 p.m. and we should have stopped it tonight at 11 p.m. to make it a full week, but we stopped early, and Megan's gonna read you the results of those.
So we had 7,300 calls last year. Those were the ones that were actual police reports, incident reports. This week, we've taken a total of 280 calls and walk-ins. If you use 280 calls and walk-ins as the average number, you can figure an approximate yearly number. Granted, some weeks we may have taken a lot more calls, especially if there are large power outages. 280 calls a week times 52 weeks in a year, 14,560 non-report calls a year. So 14,560 plus the 7,300 police reports and incident calls is a total of 21,860 calls a year. So that's more like how many calls we have. It's not 7,300, you're talking more 22,000. You're talking triple. So a more accurate yearly number of the calls and walk-ins is approximately 21,860, and we didn't even have serious power outage this week. So when that happens, we're getting 60 calls plus.
A lot of you guys have asked us on Facebook or you called about about the differences between us and county. You want to know how's it going to change? Tell me the difference. So we picked out about 8 things that we thought were high priority to us. The first is response time. When a call comes into the Chatham Police Department, we're able to field the call immediately. When we call, comes in through 911, the 911 dispatcher will make the ticket immediately up there. That will show up on our screen as soon as she's making that ticket. We will be getting an officer to that call while they're still on the call getting the information. So we're already dispatched an officer by the time that call is even totally done. The downside, now when you call Chatham Dispatch, your call will be rerouted to Sangamon County Dispatch. The person taking the call will type up the ticket. They will then route it to the dispatcher on one of the Sangamon County radios. Their channels are channels 1, 4, and 5, channel 1 being the primary if I am right about that. If there's any type of emergency going on in Springfield or another town, they are in charge of, Sangamon County is also in charge of 22 agencies, so it could be anywhere.
then your call may be put on hold for a few minutes or longer until a dispatcher is free to dispatch it, or until a radio channel is open. Minutes are huge. The safety of your family is what kind of everything comes down to. These minutes are a huge safety hazard for our officers. If our officer is in a fight or a foot chase with a suspect, we can get him help immediately. If an officer has to go through Sangamon County and their radios are tied up or they're dealing with something, this is huge on fight time. The average cost of dispatch is between approximately 10 and 20 cents a day. When I know Chief gave some numbers as far as his taxes, it depends on how much your taxes are, but what you're paying is 10 to 20 cents a day, depending on your property taxes. So it could be a few cents more, a few cents less. So we're just asking you to think, is spending 15 cents a day worth it to you for your safety of your family, friends, officers in your town? Because we do think so. The active shooter I won't go into because they've already mentioned that. We do have the cameras at the school. Sangamon County will not be able to do that. The pet calls, we have a lot of pet calls. We found 2 dogs on Facebook this week. Their owners were reunited. County's not getting on Facebook to help you. They're gonna go animal control. Your dogs are gonna go to animal control. You will go pick up your dogs, if you're lucky to know that they're at animal control. Water and electric payments, you come home, your payment wasn't paid for whatever reason, you can come up anytime we're here. We'll take your payment, we'll get you turned on. Not if you have to go through Sangamon County. Power outage and boiler orders. Right now, we handle all these after hours and on weekends. We're a live voice for you to talk to. When you call, we will take your call. We will help you and try to get you an estimated time. The downside, the village will have to hire an outside answering service to field these calls. This means that you just cut dispatch to spend more money on a new employee. Let's see. Icy and snow roads, we call out the guys. For this, we can tell them, where it's all at, where the problems are in the area. County's not going to be able to put that much time into it. They're going to have a lot of accidents on their own they're dealing with. The closed door, if a victim comes to the police department to help at any time of the day or night, we are here for them. If they're being chased, if they're scared, if they have nowhere else to go, our doors are always open and we are ready to field the call. We're also a safe haven for babies. This means if a parent ever decides that they don't want their child or having suicidal thoughts or thoughts of harming a child, they can bring them here, no questions asked. Yes, it has happened. Downside through Sangamon County is these doors will be locked. At night or all day? All the time?
The hours we said they would have to ask. We allow everyone in for the village. I don't know what you guys would do if we're not here during the day. That would be a question for them to ask. I don't know. Traffic safety programs and grants. The Chatham Police Department is in charge of the traffic safety program. Each year we participate in the program. The last 2 years we placed second place for Illinois. We were awarded prizes through this program such as lidars, radars, and speeding traffic signs. These are items that we would normally have to buy ourselves, but we received from this program, so it saved us that money. Another thing we do is the school programs. Right now we participate in many of the school programs. Dispatchers are able to provide programs for the kids at the schools. We do a 1st and 4th grade program where we provide the snacks. We get everything ready for the officer. We get all the donations, anything we need for the program. The 4th graders, we get them book bags every year. That's all done by dispatchers. An officer cannot come and sit in there and try to plan all this out. We will probably, I would guess, have to lose a lot of these if we go through Sangamon County. The bicycle rodeo, we had a huge success this year. We gave out 30 helmets to kids who either couldn't afford them or didn't have them. 30 extra kids are safe on the streets now. We gave out 2 bicycles to kids who did not have them. We just have one more, sorry. Okay. Okay, I would like to start off addressing a few things. Mr. Mal, you told everybody on social media last night that there would be no wait times, is that correct?
Yeah, that was my belief.
Okay, no wait times. Your calls will be dispatched as soon as the officers get it, is what he's saying. I'm not sure if you were saying it just to say it, if it was that no one had educated.
I don't say things just to say things.
Okay, well then maybe it was that you hadn't educated yourself to find out the correct information, but we have the correct information. And we only just pulled 2 from you the last 3 months, just to give you an example.
Yeah, these are just some calls we pulled up last night, Sangamon County wait times that are drastic, that you guys are gonna wanna know about if you want your family safe. June 12, 2015, at 9:58 PM, there were multiple calls coming into Sangamon County Dispatch for a shooting. Also, at the same time, there was a disturbance call coming in. That officer was dispatched at 10:20 PM. His wait time was 23 minutes.
Wow.
23 minutes. So, at the same time, a burglar alarm came in.
That was here in Chatham?
No, this is if you go to Sangamon County.
Yeah, but if
But if it's
in
911.
Springfield police might be busier than the Chatham police.
You're using the same dispatcher?
Okay,
hold on.
Comparing apples and oranges.
Would you like us to hold the 2 calls for Vernon and
Folks,
Berlin?
hold on, folks,
Does that help?
let's go ahead and finish your.
Okay, so let's do the Berlins and Divernons, because they are 2 towns that are small outside of Springfield that they dispatch for. Would that help, would that be better to compare us to? Okay, so let's read those.
June 2nd, 2015, at 4:46 PM, the Sangamon County Dispatch took a call for a stabbing. 2 minutes later, an accident call came in at 4:48 PM, and the officer was dispatched to it at 5:11 PM. The hold time was 23 minutes. At 4:52 PM, a vicious animal chasing a child call came in, and it was dispatched at 4:58 PM. The hold time was 6 minutes. At 4:57 PM, an assault call came in, and an officer was dispatched at 5:02 PM, the hold time being 5 minutes. This occurred in New Berlin, who doesn't have their own dispatch, along with the calls about the stabbing and the other calls coming in. Okay, so May 30th, 2015, at 10:01 AM, a shooting call came in. At 10:05, an open door call came in, and at 10:10, the officer was assigned to it. That call sat on hold for another 5 minutes. May 23rd, 2015, a stabbing call came in at 8:06 PM. At 8:08, a disturbance call came in, and the officer was dispatched to it at 8:14, which means another 6-minute hold time. These are all, quite serious things, correct? Example 5, April 27th, 2015, a shooting call came in. The same time, a disturbance call came in at 7:04 PM. The officer was dispatched to it at 7:20 PM, a wait time of 16 minutes. At the same time, these 2 calls, they were also taking another disturbance call, an OP service call, a patrol investigation call, a traffic stop, an accident, a slumped driver, a suspicious person, a traffic problem, a drug law violation, and a mental subject call, all at the same time, all at once. Example 6, April 18th, 2015, a shooting call came in Sangamon County Dispatch at 5:28. At 5:32 PM, a disturbance call came in. The officer was dispatched to it at 5:38 PM with a hold time of 6 minutes. That call was in Divernon, where they also don't have their own dispatch. Those are just a few examples we pulled up in about 15 minutes last night, looking through county calls and what your wait times will be. Do you want your family in danger? These wait times are going to happen. If you go to Sangamon County and you don't have your own
Huge
dispatch.
to an officer and to your family member that's sitting there in trouble. It's huge.
To help clarify what those times mean exactly for this audience, does that mean that the call comes in and it's I'm calling Sangamon County, I'm put on hold for 6 minutes?
No, what it means is that a Sangamon County dispatcher is taking a shooting call. There's probably multiple calls because multiple people heard that gunshot. They're all on the phone. The one county dispatcher that finally can get to the next phone call where this assault was in Divernon, they say, I need an officer, I've been assaulted, there's a fight going on. The dispatcher makes the ticket, but cannot get on the radio or cannot get free from her phone calls to tell that officer, hey, you're needed at this address. The ticket's up there, it's ready to go, an officer's not assigned to it for 6 minutes. So that 6 minutes, the officer's riding around, thinking everything's good in his town, but that person needs help.
So he's not en route until
No,
that 6
until he
minutes
gets
is
told
finished.
about the call. Right.
And the difference being, As soon as that ticket starts at 911, you guys see it?
Exactly.
Yes, we see it right away.
As soon as it's got that Chatham address, it's on our screen. And
It's
I would
within
say
30 seconds.
9 times out of 10, our officers, they're or en route before that ticket's finished. Depending on how many we have on. If we have 3, 2, I mean, they're great. They're great officers. They are there before that ticket's made sometimes. And a lot of times, and again, county dispatchers are amazing. So don't take this towards them. They can't control their call volume. They cannot help it. But a lot of times, if they're busy and getting all these calls in, they can't stay on the phone with a 911 or a call, and they have to hang up. So they might not have gotten all the information. So a lot of times, when we get it transferred down to us, we'll call the people back. We'll stay on the phone with you and just give you a peace of mind until an officer gets there. They can't do it. They are too busy. Yeah, that's it. I handed you also, these are the response times because I skipped over quite a bit. This is something, if you guys want to pass it back around. We had, as Roger told you, we had over 300 people vote so far on a petition. We had 300 people send us messages about wanting to keep this department. These are some of the Chatham residents that we thought their comments were worth reading.
My name is Adam James. I spent 8 years of my life as a police officer, 6 of those in Chatham. I resigned my position in Chatham in October of 2013 because of what goes on in this room. A lot of these guys have a personality that they can deal with it and shrug it off. I don't. I had enough. It was causing too many problems with me personally, trying to deal with the decisions that were being made in here. I want to tell you a little bit about my qualifications. So you don't see somebody standing up here that's just spouting off the mouth. In 6 years working for Chatham PD, I was a field training officer, which means I train new officers on the street. I'm teaching new policemen. I was the department's taser instructor. That's a huge responsibility because you know what happens when someone gets injured with a taser? I get drug into court every time. Never happened here. You know why? We have good officers, but you train. I also, my biggest accomplishment, what I'm most proud of, not only for the department here, but individually, I worked with Senator Larry Bonke to amend the law for aggravated assault, which passed the House and the Senate with flying colors and represented and benefited every single police officer from Chicago to Cairo and Quincy to Danville. That happened right here in this department.
As a result of an incident here.
As a result of an incident in Chatham. Okay, now I want to give you 2 examples, first-hand examples, as a police officer on duty on 2 calls with, when you're talking about radio traffic, because that's a huge issue here. That's what's leading to the response times, okay? First incident. Myself and another officer are dispatched county mutual aid out west on Mansion and Kern Road, to a prowler call. County deputy had, there were no county deputies anywhere close. Chatham's the closest department. They say, can you send a couple guys out? Yeah, we'll go out. You know what happens when we get out there? It's not a prowler, it's an attempted home invasion. But the county had so much traffic on the radio that when we were confronted by the suspects exiting the residence, we couldn't get on the radio to say, we need help, get somebody out here, we got a home invasion. So, you can't talk on the radio and confront your suspect at the same time. So what you got to do is get your suspect under control. Hopefully they don't have a weapon. Hopefully they don't want to fight with you before you can get back on the radio and tell the county dispatcher, because of all the radio traffic, you need some help out here. Now, by contrast, listen to this. I think Officer Ryan Pierce, I'm not sure if he's here today or not, he might be. I read in the Chatham Clarion not too long ago that he may have brought this incident up. I was on this call with him. We had a over 300-pound cocaine high suspect in a physical domestic battery who fled the scene, went back to the scene to inflict more harm on the people he had already inflicted it on. We were there to meet him. We got in a ground fight with him. I'm underneath this man while his hand is on my gun. This is deadly force, folks, right here in Chatham. And you know what happened? You know what you can hear on the radio? Because you pull the tapes, you can hear it. You can't hear anybody saying, I need help. We have every ounce of energy we've got trying to subdue this guy. All you can hear is a bunch of rustling and grunting and this and that. You know what our dispatcher, Deb Soapwood, did? She had county units rolling before we ever even had to ask for it. Before we ever even had to ask for it. Because she knew who we were dealing with, she knew what was going on. You think you're gonna get that from county? No, you know what you're gonna get from county? You're gonna get 10-9, which means repeat. 10-9, 10-9, 10-9. She knew what was going on. You're not gonna get that from Sangamon County. And I'll tell you guys on the board exactly what would have happened that night if we didn't get help down there when we did. You would have had an officer dead or you would have had a suspect dead. Shots would have been fired. I will also tell everyone out here right now, and I'm not going to elaborate on it because it's not my style. But I will tell you that there are two people sitting behind this desk up here right now, that if I was, as a police officer here on duty, in the performance of other duties, confronted me in a drunken, belligerent manner and told me very anti-police comments. And these are two of the people who are going to protect your dispatch.
That's right. Hi, I just moved here about a year ago. Sorry. And out of Springfield. And I had no intentions whatsoever to talk tonight. And Beverly Kavanaugh. My husband told me to keep my mouth shut. I can't do that. I wasn't born that way. I don't understand. I came from Springfield. We dealt with 911 every so often for periods of time for different reasons because it's what it is. I moved here with my husband feeling safe. I get on social media, I hear about this board, and I'm thinking, what? These people have a privilege, an honor to come and discuss their issues and problems with you guys, and you dismiss them at certain times for money. Now, all of you people who were elected, I understand that. I got in after the election. But what I don't understand is how you can have the views and stances that you have in this community that you live and are part of and on the board and face these people every day making the decisions you make to take away something like a dispatch of 911. And if you don't think that one of these days you might need that service, you're dead wrong. Because it'll happen to one of your family members, and you'll be out of luck. And I don't know how you can, okay, I get it. I don't know how you can face people you live with and make the decisions you do, all for money.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kathy McNeil, and I live here in Chatham. And for the record, yes, I am Vern Foley's sister, Deputy Chief. And I just thought I'd throw it out there. I do want to say that I'm vehemently opposed to cutting the police dispatch. My safety and the safety of my family is paramount. Knowing the police are just a few blocks or a phone call away provides me peace of mind that I can't place a dollar value on. This board is proposing to cut 6 positions, and from what I read in the Clarion, it'll come to a savings of $327,000. And from my understanding, Oak Brook Avenue in Chatham needs to be resurfaced. And it's, give or take, roughly about a mile of roadway. And it's going to roughly take about $1 million to resurface that roadway. So the point that I want to make here is, if you get rid of 6 dispatchers, what you're going to get for that is 1/3 of a mile of roadway resurfaced on Oak Brook Avenue. It's just a different perspective than what I've heard before. That's all we get. That's all we're going to get for giving up our safety and security, which can mean the difference between life and death. Not to mention that it would affect 6 families, their livelihoods, and put them out of work. And I'm not sure from the public sector how unemployment insurance taxes work, but in the private sector, when people get laid off, they're eligible to collect unemployment taxes. As an employer, your rate is based on the number or the amount of claims that you have coming against you. So if you put these 6 people out of work, our insurance rates are going to go up. Furthermore, it was pointed out in the Clarion that the dispatchers have more duties and responsibilities than just taking calls. In fact, it stated in the Clarion that Boyle and Mao said 2 staff positions could be added to take on those duties that these dispatchers perform. And Mao put those salaries at $25,000 each. Which begs the question, Mr. Boyle and Mr. Mao, which 2 people do you have in mind to fill those positions?
Do you want an answer?
Sure, I'm asking the
No,
question.
there's a hiring process through the village to put that in, so I have nobody in mind. We were talking about, and basically to address it, just to address it real quick, and this is obviously your time to comment. The board will discuss the budget and stuff down here later, but what we were looking at was basically, it was brought up about a need for the paperwork, the processing that would be done, or the loss of paperwork processing that would be done by dispatchers if they were cut. And one of the options or things that Trustee Mao, I believe, had proposed or looked at was adding 2 additional clerical staff to help relieve that burden that the dispatchers, or that the loss of dispatchers would void.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so, well, it's clear to me that if we cut these 6 dispatchers, 2 of these 6 will be the most qualified, with the most local experience, and well-trained people to fill these positions you propose adding to the payroll. So I understand you just said there's a hiring process, and I can't imagine that anybody in this room could disagree with me that 2 of these sitting 6 will not be the most qualified for those positions. So this is nonsensical to me. You're going to cut 6 people, and you're going to add 2. You're going to pay higher unemployment insurance taxes. So now our savings of $327,000 to resurface 1/3 of Oak Brook Avenue is now down to less than $277,000 because you have to pay these 2 folks $50,000. So now we're only going to resurface less than 1/3 of a mile on Oak Brook. So fellow citizens, think about it. 6 people will lose their jobs. Our safety and well-being could be jeopardized for less than 1/3 of Oak Brook Avenue being resurfaced. And another thing that I want to point out is, none of this is going to make our taxes go down. Not one cut is going to reduce your taxes. It is a choice to reduce here and add there. And I have other comments about other issues, but if you would like for me to save those for another time, Mr. Boyle, I'll be happy to do that. So people that are just specifically here to address the dispatchers can do that.
If you have other issues, you can go ahead, you still have a couple minutes to go.
It'll take me more than a couple, I'll wait.
Thank you.
Hello, I am retired Sergeant Jim Dotson from the Chatham Police Department. I spent 33 years here, and like I was discussing with Matt before the meeting, this was somewhat of my baby. Okay. I'm also going to speak here briefly for the former chief, Roy Barnett, who was my boss and also a very good friend. And together we decided, we worked on and discussed dispatch, having our own dispatch. And I remember Roy saying, as a father of daughters, I can't imagine what it would be like for somebody's daughter to be having a problem, whether they're being chased, having a domestic dispute with a boyfriend, whatever, coming into a police department, running up to the door and not being able to open, thinking they're there to get some help with their issue and not being able to get in. And I will remember that forever, that comment. And it was very accurate, because after business hours, our doors were shut prior to that. And we would have people pounding on the door occasionally. One of several straws that broke the camel's back, so to speak, and got our board to understand what we were trying to do with setting up our own dispatch was an incident at a little plaza down the road here on East Walnut. A pizza joint down there was closed, but the employee was inside cleaning up. Heard glass break. He stuck his head out the back, and there's glass on the ground and a broken window in the business next door. He did what any of you would do, or I would do, and that is he called 911. The person that answered him up there was a trainee, but at that time, obviously wasn't well supervised, because she asked the gentleman that called, "Are you the owner of that business?" And he said, "No, I'm next door in another business." He said, "Well, if you're not the owner, you can't file the report." Okay? So that place was burglarized from, I want to say, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. I mean, it was all open until that business owner came in the next morning and found out he'd been burgled and called us. The reason we know this happened was that same employee from next door was just coming in to finish cleanup, and he goes, "Yeah, I tried to call, I tried to report this. They said I had to be the owner to report it." So that was one of them that kind of put us over the top there. That's not to say I think they're totally inefficient up there, but they are fairly overwhelmed at that 911 center. That wasn't the only incident. There were other incidents. One of the other sergeants that's retired now was having a wrestling match on the ground down in South Winds with an individual, and it called for assistance. And again, like the dispatchers were pointing out earlier, there was quite a wait time there. Well, when you're wrestling around on the ground with somebody, I don't care if it's 6 minutes, 12 minutes, or 2 minutes. That 2 minutes is going to be a long time. So basically, everybody else here that spoke, especially the dispatch, that was a wonderful presentation. Pretty well hit the nail on the head on this, but I thought I want to give you just a little bit of perspective and a little bit of history of why this came about. Our goal was to have accountability here, accountability within this building, chief of police and the supervisors of what was going on. If there was a problem with the dispatcher messing something up, we could address it. That's awful hard to do when you're dealing with something that's sitting up there 12, 14 miles away. So, really, think about it, guys. If you do get a chance, by all means, go up, and I'm not talking about, I'm assuming this is okay to do, but go up of an evening, maybe a Friday evening or a Saturday evening, go in there, sit down, introduce yourselves, of course, but go in there, sit down, and see what happens. On Friday or Saturday night especially, I think you'll be amazed at what goes on, what they have to do, and all the pretty screens they have up there in that room. You can get explanations on what those do too. Yeah. Please, think about it. I think we got a good thing here we need to keep. Thank you.
You know what, just briefly, everybody needs to remember that this was a suggestion, and I got a feeling that y'all got your point across, that the dispatchers are very important. I totally agree. The one big elephant in the room that hasn't been brought up but discussed a lot is, and oh God, don't look me up on Facebook when you do this, okay? But who the hell am I? I'm Bonnie Billick.
I did not say
Bonnie
that.
Billick.
Excuse me.
No, she did not say that. what I'd like to look at is the insurance. Everybody has insurance. Now, does anybody pay premiums? Because I know where I work for the city, and I have to pay like $500 a month. I'm not saying I want you guys to pay premiums, but if we want to save dispatchers, let's give them something else to look at. I don't want to see you guys pay what I pay as far as premiums with me and my husband. And when I retire, mine goes from $500 a month all the way up to $850 a month. So needless to say, I'll be working for a little while longer. But I mean, if that's a way to save but keep our dispatchers, open that conversation up. I mean, am I mistaken that the insurance is not paid for by the employees? No premiums?
Yes.
Okay, you do pay premiums.
Yes.
And how reasonable is that? I mean, is there something you can look at? Right.
Pay
So I mean,
$200 a month for my family.
Do what?
$200 a month.
200 a month for your family? Okay. So I mean, just, if that's a savings, look at something like this, because I agree. I would rather be able to call the police department, the dispatchers here. Like I told you before, I was a dispatcher. I know how important it is. I worked with Sangamon County dispatchers. I understand what it's like. But Sangamon County dispatchers, you're right, they're swamped. I don't think that they pick and choose their calls, but I've been in that situation where I took a call where a mother's child's not breathing, but the call I was on was a 16-year-old that decided she wanted an ambulance ride but don't run hot. She took a bunch of pills and decided she just wanted to forget committing suicide. So I've been on that end of it. I know how important it is. The only thing I'm going to suggest for you guys that are dispatching, why are you not recording? And I will come and visit you, okay? But if somebody's walking in, why is that not an incident? Why is that not worth a report if they're coming in?
Depends on what your reasoning coming in.
Correct.
If you're coming in and there's an issue, we do a report. If you're coming in and asking me, how do you get to the mobile station? I'm not doing a report.
Okay.
Every time somebody comes in that building, it is written down and it is in a computer.
Okay, and that wasn't clarified on the paper that I read. That's why I'm trying to clarify. Because then it gives you guys more accuracy on what you are taking in there. I mean, how many times does somebody walk in and, you know, my
You'd be
husband looks great?
surprised.
No. But there's no training for that, or is
That's what I
there?
was.
Yes, we started.
You started now.
Excuse me.
We don't have
My
a
name's
software.
Dan. I'm one of the dispatchers. We started after the last meeting when you guys wanted some pictures.
Thank you, Mom.
We had 300 or 290 people walk in or call in this week. It's all written down, their names written down, and why they came in or called the front door, called the front desk.
We've never had the software to do it, like power outages and boil orders. I mean, those
Folks,
calls.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I understand she had asked a question, but you still have something you'd like to finish.
That was just it. In the paperwork that was handed to us, it was not clarified. All I know is that not all calls were an incident. And yes, I know, if somebody comes in and asks for directions, that's not an incident. But if somebody comes in and says, I see something down here, are those reported to you?
Yes, they are turned into an investigation for the officer on duty.
That's why I want to make sure that you
Yes,
guys are able to keep those records clear like that.
Yes, ma'am.
That was
Daisha, you go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I just
No,
wanted
I'm
to.
still listening to her. Bonnie, also, like, if it's a police officer that's gonna be involved, it's always gonna have a ticket. But when
Okay.
you call me and say, my dog got out again, that officer has nothing to do with it. They are way too busy. So I'm getting on Facebook to talk to you. I'm getting your pictures of your dogs. I'm not gonna make a police officer ticket for that situation. So there was no log of it, so that's where we were like, we don't have the software, and that's just one example. We don't have the software to log boil orders. All the power outages, they are coming in like you would believe, because you know. But one after another, and we're fielding these calls, I mean, to try to write them all down, we will do it, or we will, if you guys want to get a software for us to do it, but if we can't read your mind, tell us what you want, we'll do it.
Well,
Want to buy a
I'm saying-
software for us to log in, we'll do it. You want it on paper, we'll do it. We've been
I don't
doing
make
it.
those decisions. What I'm saying is to help you guys out.
Right, whatever we need to do.
I think in the future.
Right,
And that's
right.
exactly
What
what,
needs to be done.
that's where we are, and that's the problem, and Bonnie hit on it. We did not make this as, we're doing this.
Right.
But we don't know everything that goes on here every day. And I run a business, I have a job, and I get paid a lot more than what I do for the money that I get here. It does not mean that I don't see people in this town and that I love this town.
That is why I'm here. I am here to communicate for the people of the village. But I need the leaders to do their job and not just their staff, to present and tell me why we shouldn't cut and why we should have done this. Those things were not done when we were saying we need to make cuts. So I know you guys are attacking us, but we are trying to find out information. This is how we have to find out information right now. So I apologize, but this is not how it works in my world. So you guys, I don't think you're seeing the whole picture.
I don't think there was any attack to the board.
I'm gonna speak for my. I'm gonna speak for my department. You're attacking me on this?
No, I'm saying,
You're saying I
I
didn't do my due diligence? Well, I'll tell you what, I started the research last week, they wanted to run with it. I said, if you want to do that, and we want to get these numbers, I said, you guys need to write this down, let's get these numbers for the board. I would think when you're talking about doing away with something, because it goes both ways, when you're talking about that, you would call me and say, hey, we're looking this over, can you give me some numbers? That's all I need. I need some direction on what you want, I cannot read your mind. When you say we want to cut this, then I start the reactive phase and I start doing research.
well, that's what, I think we talked about cuts pretty early on. I mean, right when I was brought in, and that was a month ago. But there was no input back from the leads. So that, and it's not just you. I mean, the only one that responded back was Shane. I mean, Shane came back with cuts. I mean, and that's, you know, I'm a budget person, so I live on a budget.
You're talking about line item cuts, right?
Yeah, we were talking about the part, yeah.
We have that.
Yeah, we had 26,000.
Yeah. Right, but that was one department, correct? Shane?
No, that was ours. That was ours.
Oh, that was theirs, but-
That was not the first, but the first initial one, when he came back, he said, oh, yeah, it wasn't the first
We
initial.
had to ask 3 times like it.
We had to ask, that's my concern, is we got here. First initially was just Shane coming in and saying, I'm taking, you know, get a couple of cuts. Initially, it was not done. And again, I'm just saying, we need to be informed better as well.
I believe, to set the record straight, when you asked for those cuts, we as department heads got together and we determined where we could cut. And then we've had several meetings since then to make those cuts. I also believe that you guys were all invited to watch and see what we're doing. Be involved if you want to see what we're cutting and get involved in the discussion. You know, all I can do is talk about my department. I have cut it and cut it and cut it as far as operational expense. I think we're at an expense of less than what we operated at last year. And we'll do everything to make the line items. I'm very thrifty. I try to work under our line items in every line. That's my department.
She's very tight.
I just need some.
John, John, and I'm not trying to take away from public comment, I still know there's people out there, but, you know, one of the things that I would like to see is this is kind of developed, I know, and we're all aware the county had put in, their efficiency recommendation on it, and one of the things that I would like to see, from you, from our village administrator is a response, or a research and response paper to that, and the impact areas that it would have. I know we're getting a lot from dispatchers, I know you know, they've been doing the research, but I would like to see something in a formal format to see the impact it would have on the village of Chatham, you know, and also the response to, if we have an official response, you know, or some kind of response to what the efficiency report recommended.
Right. When that first came out, I approached our board at the time. I said, this came out, if you have any questions, please ask me. I explained to the board that night how it would affect us. Now this report is coming up again, and I don't know how long ago that report came out. It's been a while. So, yeah, so it's been a couple of years.
Been updated, yeah.
So I thought that was addressed. I'm sorry if I didn't realize that that wasn't corrected. It's going to come back up again.
May I? I'm just a citizen, that's all I am, and I think our police department is the best. I
Teresa,
need you guys.
will you say your name for the record, too?
Teresa Osborne, sorry. Oh, and I need you up. This is obviously an emotionally packed discussion. And I don't think anybody really wants to see dispatch. Unfortunately, our budget is not good. We need to have a healthy budget to have a healthy community. The thing is that this, you talk about the CEC, I'm glad it got brought up, the Citizens Efficiency Commission report. report being in 2013. And I agree that it's a shame that nothing ever came of that. And especially if you offered to look into that and because one of the main things they said, and I don't know if anybody's looked at that, anybody on the dispatch team, have you looked at that report? One of the things they said, and it would be beneficial to you in doing your jobs and knowing what you do and actually showing everybody else what you do, to collect that data, the performance data that tells the times, that tells what the incidents are. And if you need the technology, then you need to tell him, and he needs to tell them, and our village manager should have been asking you for that 2 years ago. That is just a darn shame, Mr. Mayor and Mr.
No, you understand, he addressed it 2 years ago. He didn't ask if he needed it addressed. He addressed that report 2 years ago.
And how did you address it?
What?
I explained what the report was and how it would negatively affect us. Pretty much the same stuff that happened tonight, and not all the same numbers, but at that point, what I got from the board, or the reaction I got, I don't know about, I don't remember what comments were, but the feel I got was they weren't worried about our dispatch at the time, so I moved on.
I can say we were 100% happy with the dispatchers. We know, I know the value of them, the board at that time knew the value of them. They, you know, we understand their importance, and I've always supported dispatchers.
And that's fine.
Correct, and I'm fully aware of that.
And that's
My point being, why didn't you urge them to collect the data that would have been supportive of a research, clear and evident research into the difference between centralized versus decentralized dispatch?
If we have a
That's all I'm
budget
asking
problem
for.
now, the budget problem will be exponential if we start trying to collect data that you are suggesting and using it as a technology measure to support a $327,000 cut.
That's, okay, you're narrowing this down to one little thing.
It is one little thing.
It's not an all or nothing issue either. That's the other thing I want to say. It is not an all or nothing issue, and I think you're doing your brother a disservice.
Well, anyway,
Folks, this is, let's stay on task. Mrs. Osborne, go ahead and continue this, because you're fine.
Anyway, I still think that the data should have been collected, and that is the history of this board and mayor and village manager, that things should be done, they don't get taken care of, they fall by the wayside, and if nobody is proactive and asking for these things, then it won't get done. The other thing I had a question for the board was, did anything get done with it? Do you know, there were 3 main recommendations. One was, obviously, Auburn and Chatham to centralize to Sangamon County, which obviously didn't happen. Did Auburn, do you know?
They're still
The other was the rollover, they're still on their own? So the rollover, was that for the extra calls? Was that changed from Sangamon County to, from Auburn to Decatur-Macon County?
Yes, it was
That
done.
part was done. Interesting. Okay. So was that the only thing that was done of the 3 suggestions? I think there was a reciprocal, what was the other one? Sorry.
I think the rollover and what you're talking about is a
The Auburn-
agreement with Decatur.
Yeah, so the rollover,
Those
I think was they were 2.
Those 2 comments, those 2 recommendations are with the same county, not the Chatham.
Right, correct. I was just, because this was a Citizens Efficiency Commission for the whole county. Right, and at that point, only Auburn and Chatham had their own dispatch.
Right.
And at this point, they still do.
Correct.
But does Auburn serve as the rollover at all?
Yeah, the director of 911 said right here.
Auburn does
Oh,
not serve.
thank you. I don't know him.
Auburn does not serve as the rollover.
So now you guys took that Sangamon County? Or who was it? Who was it?
Sangamon County.
Okay.
The rollover is to Macon County.
Okay, and it's reciprocal? Okay. Okay.
So if your guys' phones ever went down, tornadoes, phones, you guys went down, and we were to get rid of our dispatch, and you guys go down, all these people that would call for help would be calling to Decatur,
Oh, wow. That's crazy. In 2013, did you, as a concerned citizen, address that city board at that time?
But this
And
isn't,
asked for-
folks, this
and
isn't a
asked for
question,
that data be collected?
question to take to citizen comment. I'm not trying to be, I'm just saying this is
Okay,
citizen
I'll ask you,
comment.
Mr. Bull, you were a city member in 2013. Did she come up here to the board and ask you to provide information or ask department heads to provide information about what it would cost to collect that type of data that is so important today?
Did Ms. Osborne? Not that I remember, but, I mean,
Thank you.
you're asking about something 2 years ago.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Chief Ali.
I was going to speak
No,
tonight.
no clapping necessary.
Go ahead.
I was letting the other people talk. What we're talking about is you're talking about saving money. You're making cuts, but it's not making cuts because we're going to put it somewhere else, so nobody's getting any money back. Does the same kind of dispatch officers? Absolutely, they do a fine job at it. Do they answer calls for service as far as if you have an emergency? Absolutely, they do a great job, that's what they're set up for. What we're really talking about here is the $300 and some thousand, which is going to be less than that because we've already determined, if we do some other things, is that worth the extra services that our dispatchers provide? We've heard a lot of the things that our dispatchers do provide that the county would be able to. There's a couple of things I haven't heard, I'll go and throw them out there. There's a lot of people, businesses, actually, there were a couple of businesses that have talked to me about this. They have alarms. Our number is their direct line for the alarm company. So when the alarm goes off, they call us, or boom, got an officer going. I will guarantee you, and nothing in this county, they will not get our officers there quicker than we will. And in an alarm, when it's a smash and grab or a panic alarm, 1 minute is a huge difference, whether it be life or property. So that's an alarm, and that's just businesses. Residents have alarms. When you're asked what number to call, some people do give the county. Some people give them our number. Typically, when we get an alarm call that has been transferred from the county to us, we will let the people know, the resident, if you call us, we will be able to probably get somebody there quicker. Nothing against the county, again, it's just that matter of time transferring it from them to us. So it's nothing that they do wrong, it's nothing that they do different. So there are some factors there that several people that are already having their alarm company call us would have to change that number. And their service may be a little less, which could mean the difference between us helping somebody that needs help or stopping somebody from taking their property. Another thing that people don't think about is with cell phones, what are people starting to do with their landlines? They're starting to get rid of them, right? Yep. 2 o'clock in the morning, something happens, whether it be your drunk boyfriend comes home and now he's wanting to do something to you, whatever. You need to get out of there. How many places are open in Chatham, Illinois, that you can go get help? You're gonna find something that's open 24 hours. I'll tell you, Mobile and Casey's are right now. That changes. They'll be open for a while, then they'll decide it's not worth it, they'll close for a while. Both of them do that. I don't know how long we plan on staying open 24/7. But with that 24/7 dispatch, you know somebody's going to be here regardless. You also know when you open up that door, they're going to buzz you in and you're safe. And not only that, you've got an officer coming just like that. So those are some things you really need to consider and think about. We're talking about life safety here versus dollar signs. So is it important to you to save some money to put somewhere else? Or is it important to you to spend this money on these certain services that have been mentioned tonight? I apologize if I haven't done my due diligence for you guys to get you the numbers you need. Since last week, we also have a phone recorder that records all phone calls. In less than a month, we have 1,650 calls. So that'll give you somewhat of a number of the phone calls we get.
And that's the kind of stuff I'm
Yes.
looking for. We should have seen it.
All I need is a phone call, something, say, hey. can
I mean,
you give me this?
incoming calls.
I
I
need
need
this
that
for I need this for my
proactiveness.
decision.
Yeah.
That's all I need. I'm willing to work with anybody.
But you know better. You know what I mean? And that's for every department. And that's not just, you guys know better of what to get the research.
Absolutely,
You know,
and
we
I
need
will be
that
more than
input.
happy to do it. My
Right.
people, as you can see, are very passionate about their job. You're lucky to have the people. And if it's about money, I have a move that can save some money. I have no problem doing it. I have letters typed up. I will retire. Don't refill the deputy chief's position, make him interim chief. save my salary. We're talking about 1% cut, I'll take a 42% cut, I'm okay. I can do it. I'm okay with that. So if it's about money, and someone who cares,
John, please don't do that.
I'm just saying,
Please.
it's out there, and if I do it, it's not just for this reason, folks, I'm not trying to get sympathy. I have a son who's 14 years old, every Tuesday night I miss his ball games. And I'm tired of the stress, so. I will work with anybody to make ends meet. It was brought to my attention on social media, I love social media. There was a board member that's posted on social media that John and Vern attacked me personally, are not willing to work with him. He just wants to sit down. I have a copy of an email here that I sent out May 20th explaining I will work with you. I'm looking forward to working with you in a positive manner to make good changes in the village, and I will explain anything you need to explain. And I sent it to that person. I never once got an email response or a phone call. So, things work both ways.
Right.
I care. We have a great police department. We have a great dispatch. My tenure for 6 years, the biggest thing that I wanted to change, and don't get me wrong, Chief Roy Barnett was a great guy. He brought us from here to here, and I'm taking that foundation he built, and we're building on it. And I can't do it without my staff. And if you take dispatch away, you take the officers away from all these programs. By the way, Daisha Marsalian, she spent hours on these traffic safety books. These are synopsises of the last 3 years of things that we do in the community. Classes, bike rodeos, things like that that are important to people. I got officers coming up to me to start programs because they care. So to sit back and talk about numbers and not see how these people care about what they're doing in the community and the difference they're making, to me, is a slap in my face and their face. The biggest change I want to make was get out in the community and make people not afraid to come see us and talk to us. I want us to be approachable. I want my officers to be friendly, compassionate. Yes, do they have to arrest people? Absolutely. Do they have to pull people over? Absolutely. Do they have to write tickets? Yes. Do they have to give UIs? Yes. It's part of making our streets safer. On one aspect, you got the people that don't want that to happen. The other aspect, you got the people in neighborhoods that want those people pulled over, that want those drunks off the road, that want lives saved. So, in a nutshell, we need to decide, do we want to save a little money and cut some public service and the public safety aspect, or do we want to keep the services we have? You obviously know my opinion, and I'm very passionate about it. And if you have any questions, I will do whatever research is needed. I've got people that are willing to help. That's never been a question. And if anybody ever wants to come in and see some of the things we do in the community, this is always out there for you to look at. I'll give it to you, take it home, whatever you want to do. So, if anybody has any questions, you know where to find me.
My name's Deb, I'm a dispatcher. I don't need 5 minutes, I just need less than one. We've heard enough tonight. I've been here for over 13 years as a dispatcher. I did work for a brief time at the Sanford County 911 Center, and one of our officers spent quite a bit of time there. So we do know what we're talking about. Our dispatch is not the same as what they do. They can handle a certain part of our pie, but there's a bigger part of the pie that we provide service for the village. And I want to thank, on behalf of all 6 of us, everybody that came to support us in the work that we do and the work that we want to continue to do. Thanks.
Kim? Yeah. Dan Law. I've been here for 22 and a half years. Almost 20 of that has been full-time. When I started, dispatch was open from 8 o'clock in the morning till 1 o'clock in the morning. I worked 5 to 1. I went home at 1 o'clock, nobody was here until 8 o'clock again the next morning. I think I've done that for 4 or 5 years. went full-time and finally got on day shift. Yeah, it's an easier shift to work. But still, there are people every day, like we talked earlier about the walk-in calls and the phone calls. 290-some people either walked in or called in a 24-hour period for the 5 days that we've done that. That's a lot of people that we deal with every day. Today, I think I ended up with 19 phone calls and 5 people walking in wanting information about the village. You shut the door, there won't be any people here to answer those questions. They can go across the street utility office and see if they'll know the answer to the questions. They don't know the questions, the answers that we know. You know, it's mentioned that other jobs we partake in as far as dispatching with the e-alerts and the notifications on other issues within the village. Call out the street department, call out the water department, call Shane's guys out, call the parks department out. We don't just dispatch for the police department. We dispatch for the entire village of Chatham. And some of our busiest times are, God forbid they don't happen all the time, but power outages for Shane's guys, water main breaks for Dustin's guys, and especially the winter with the snow. I think it would be a big mistake to get rid of somebody in there. As far as dispatching, we don't just dispatch. I think it was mentioned. Guys go out and do an arrest, there's a report. They don't fill the report out, they don't make the report. We do every report. I think we're up to 500, I think, right now, or a little more than that. Yeah, maybe 1,000 reports already this year, and we've still got the rest of the year to do reports. And we don't do reports on every little thing. They're DUIs, burglaries, accidents. Those all require us to do a report. We're saving the officers time because they can go back out on the street, patrol the village, while we're in there entering their reports. They give us the main information, yeah, but we have computers that we have to look up and see if I put your name in the computer once before. If I have, I can't double it. I have to go back, pull your information up off of that sheet, and go from there. So it's not just type in a report and go. It's not. It takes, on an average report, you can spend a half hour, 45 minutes putting a report in the computer. So you're going to pull these guys off the street. You say you're looking at hiring a secretarial person. You going to train them? I'm not. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I got 4 months and I can retire, and I'm looking forward to that. I'd like to complete my career here at the Village of Chatham. November 1st I can go, and that's when I plan on going. So the wife might change my mind on that, but you know, that's what I'm looking at. Like I said, I've been here 22 years, and we went through this before when we closed at 1 o'clock. And we got a lot of citizens' complaints. Nobody here from 1 a.m. to 8 a.m. And they weren't, unless an officer happened to be in the building, which wasn't that often. They're out on the streets, patrolling the streets. So please, for us, take a look at it and make your decision wisely in that point. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a Pawnee resident, but I was part of Pawnee.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your name.
I'm a Pawnee resident, but I was a part of Pawnee, and my husband was an officer there when their dispatch was taken away. My husband was very sad. It did really affect Pawnee. One of the biggest things, you want your officers out on the streets patrolling. He spent 6 of his 8 hours doing paperwork that those dispatchers now do. It's going to affect your community. It really is. And I feel like Chatham is growing, and this is something you're going to take away. The communities that are losing their dispatches aren't growing. They're growing. It has affected Pawnee. I live there. I know that, and he was a part of it. And so the overtime that it generated, it's amazing what the dispatchers do. That along with the officer safety, and I just hope you guys make that right decision.
I apologize, I got kind of swept up there. I did have some numbers I wanted to give you on some research I did. We've been talking about Auburn, Springfield versus Chatham. Springfield's too big, obviously, Auburn's a lot smaller. What I did is, this last week, I did do some research on populations, and what I did, Chatham is, we believe the last census was 12,077, but it's also our belief that we're approaching 13,000, maybe over 13,000 population right now. So I did it solely on population south of I-80. I didn't want to include anything above I-80 because those numbers would be exaggerated on officers and things like that, because questions have been brought to me, how many officers do we have? Do we have too many? How many supervisors do we have? Do we have too many? I can answer all those questions comparing oranges to oranges instead of apples to oranges. South of I-80, there are 27 police departments with a population of 9,000 to 14,000. 9,000 obviously is several thousand less than us. 14,000 is, we're approaching that rapidly. If these things get added to the department, some of the subdivisions, we're going to be over 14,000, so those numbers obviously are going to increase. But I wanted to give you numbers that were accurate on the bottom side of it. So I did that. Out of that, 70% of them had their own dispatch. There were 2 of them that did away with their dispatch. They brought them back because the outcry was so much. One of them did away with their dispatch because it was a cost thing. If they kept their dispatch, they were also answering 911. They had to make $250,000 worth of improvements. Some sort of law came through. Is that probably accurate? Right? Okay. Some sort of law came through. They had to make They had to invest $250,000 in another center. So instead of doing that, they went ahead and did away with their dispatch. So there was a cost other than just employment cost that was their reason. So 70% out of towns that are our size or smaller, down to 9,000, have dispatch. There's a reason for that. I think it's service, and they can afford to provide that service, so they do that. Deputy chief has been brought up. Out of these towns, 70% of them have a deputy chief. But my argument was, it's not just deputy chief, it's that supervisor between the department head and the first line supervisor that's working closely with the officers. It's that one that can do a lot of administrative duties, that can keep the chief available for things here. So he's not always gone to meetings and things like that. Of those towns, if they didn't have a deputy chief, 98% of them had either a deputy chief, a captain, or multiple lieutenants. As a matter of fact, one town did away with their deputy chief's position, but they created 2 lieutenants' positions, one for admin, one for patrol. So 98% of these towns have somebody in that type of position. Again, I think that speaks volumes of the typical operation at comparing apples to apples and not apples to oranges. Also, I've heard that we have too many sergeants, supervisors. I will say 2 things about supervisors. Right now, we're not able to cover every shift, and that's a liability. We all know that. When you get sued, when the police department gets sued, or the village gets sued because of some sort of act that happened on the street, something feels like they were wrongfully treated, or something happens, and let's say it's an accident, car accident on a pursuit or something like that. The 2 things that they will go after is lack of training, which we have, again, since I took over, we stepped that up quite a bit, and lack of supervision. Those are the 2 main things. In Baltimore, that incident where the young man got hurt and died, they didn't charge the officers, but they arrested the supervisor because he is the one responsible. So you have to have those 2 things. So to say we have too many supervisors, that's ridiculous. We do not have enough. But I'm not asking for more. What I'm telling you is, on average, again, remember, these are towns that are very close to our size and several thousand lower. The average, we have 3 sergeants. The average sergeants is 3.92, almost 4. Officers, patrolmen, we have 11 patrolmen. The average officers that they had, totaling them all up and dividing, 14.46. We have 3.5 less patrolmen than average, and these are a lot of towns smaller than us. So I think, again, that speaks volumes for our people and our efficiency, and we're doing more with less, which has been asked of us since 2009 when we had the recession. My first year when I came in, and we had to do that first budget when the recession hit, I didn't even know what I got into. I mean, it was ridiculous. We didn't have money for anything. So my people including Deputy Chief Foley, went out on their own, and they scrounged and scraped and got hand-me-downs from other departments. We needed computers, we got computers from this department that they stopped using 4 years ago. We did this, because we still wanted to provide the equipment for our people to do the job that they need to do and be safe out there. So, yes, is it expensive to run a police department? Absolutely, it is. And when you say 2.4 million, is that a big chunk of the budget? Absolutely it is. But another thing to consider, and I've said this before, we are a 24/7 operation. You take any other department that's a 40-hour work week, you take their budget, multiply it times 4.35, I believe, because that's how many more hours we cover in a week. And you're going to see that their budget is going to be right with ours. Maybe ours might even be a little less, I don't know. Those are fairly easy to figure that out. So you take, again, you take how many hours it's in a week, and you take the 40, divide that, and that'll tell you how many to multiply by. But anyway, I've done some research on that. So I just want to give you some solid numbers comparing apples to apples. I've got the things with all the towns. There's a couple by Edwardsville, there's a couple by Bloomington. They're all over the state. So I will get you these, and you can have those.
Well, and I think that's a good start, and again, I was on the fence, so I think I'm a good person to talk, because of the fact that people in the community still do want cuts, because they want things fixed. That does not mean it's every police department, things need to be fixed. I just had a business person come to me and say they're not going to put $1 million investment in it when they have to shut down their business on a regular basis because our infrastructure is so poor. So you guys need to look at that. It's the same point. I have people in my neighborhood saying, if you raise my taxes one more time, I'm going to come in your house. So you got to look at all avenues that we are looking at. With that said, we are getting data, and I think that's much appreciated at this time. And I would move to put a committee together of a couple trustees and maybe some people from the village who are pro and con, and start to do some more research and data for the next 6 months and prove that there is, like you say, if you're passionate about it, that it's needed in our community.
Can I make a suggestion, Nina?
Yeah.
Why not, okay. I talked to Mr. Jurgens, Tim I don't know if you had this discussion, but one of the things he suggested, somewhat along the lines of you, what you just suggested, is that Sherry's prepared a budget. You wanted 500,000 in cuts. It's gotten 227,000 in cuts. Why don't we pass an interim budget, then create the committee and look at the rest of the cuts? What more can we do? So, I mean, right now, that 227,000 in our general revenue fund, it gives us a 2-month operating cushion. That's what's recommended in accounting standards. I mean, we're not that far apart. If the cut to be made, if the goal is to get 500,000, but let's do it smart. We've got 227,000 that we've done, and we can present that and then create this committee and trustees and staff and people from the community and see what more we could do to make up the other, to get it to the $500,000 that you guys think is necessary to have in reserve.
I understand that, and I understand where you're coming from, and I know there's just been a lot of focus on police and stuff and the dispatch in terms of the public perception and people coming to the meetings, but we as a board have said many times that we're looking in other areas besides that, and I don't think we've fully vetted that process because we have been dealing a lot with the dispatch, and we do thank you for coming and bringing the input, but we are looking at other areas like technology and across the department. So I don't think this board really, and maybe I'm not speaking for the rest of the members, but I don't think this board is really ready necessarily, I'd say, to just go ahead and rush through and pass the budget without discussing some of these areas and some of the other departments. So I mean, that's where I'm at with it. And I'm not saying I'm not in favor or against forming a committee. Like I said, I would prefer, I know you've given a lot of data and things, numbers are being thrown around and scattered data. I would still like to see some kind of a research and response paper that puts everything together from the police department or from the village administrator that gives us some of this data so we can look at it and have basically a collective response, on hand so that we have something to go back and take a look at. With that said, if, the board's consensus is with the dispatch continuing to include it in the budget, that's fine, but I think just rushing and passing a budget right now to me is not, the right option. I want to look at the entire budget, and I think I've said that from the beginning, and the focus of the budget discussions was not just on dispatcher and the police department. And with that, is there any other public comment before we wrap up? Yes, well, go ahead.
Okay, now that you're talking about the budget and I believe you were quoted in the Chatham Clarion as saying that you'd like to see $500,000 or $1 million cut out of the budget, and the extra money would be set aside for infrastructure, capital projects, roadways, and expansion of capital improvement. So, do we have some specifics in regards to these capital improvements?
We have current problems right now that Shane's actually starting to put a list together for us, because we have not.
So at this time, we don't.
There has not been a plan
specific
since
capital improvement.
2007 that has, and that's part of
Okay.
our problem.
But as a board, though, you want to cut money out of the budget for unidentified projects that do not
Oh, no,
have
there's
cost
many projects.
estimates. Okay, can you bring them to the table?
We will bring it to the table. Public comment is for you to talk.
Okay.
It's not a question and answer, and we'll discuss this stuff in
Well,
our
I mean,
budget.
you want to cut, and I just, I want some specifics. As a concerned citizen and a village taxpayer, I want specifics. If you're going to cut people's livelihoods, I want specifics of what you're going to do with that money. I don't want a broad brush stroke. I don't want a broad brush stroke of this needs done and that needs done, and I'm getting a lot of complaints. I want specifics.
I think, I'll address one of your things on the specifics. I think a lot of the board members were looking for specifics. There was supposed to be a comprehensive plan in this village that was done a long, long time ago that really hasn't been completely followed through on, and, I think that addresses some of the specifics of items that need to be done. I know trustees have been approached by a lot of citizens that have projects, specific projects that need to be done, and, those are all in consideration.
Okay, and have you revealed those specific projects to the public?
Have we?
Yes.
Well, the comprehensive plan has been out there for a long time. We had to fall through on it, but in terms of that, she said that Shane has been...
Kenny, I
can speak to some specifics. One of the things that, when I was elected 4 years ago, I ran on was improving the infrastructure of the old part of Chatham. The old part of Chatham is
Define
deteriorating.
infrastructure, roadways, sewer, water, what?
Roadways, drainage, sidewalks for the old part of Chatham. Currently over on Oxford Drive, there's a drainage issue, and we started to address that. We don't know if that's going to be a permanent fix for it, but people's yards in that section of town are flooding constantly. There's also the same issue that we're dealing with currently over at the South Park area and with the South Park neighborhood. I heard today that, I can't tell you the number off the top of my head, but one of the village employees told me that they have a pump over there, and they're spending $50 in gas every day just to pump the water away from that area. And it's not meaning that. So those are an example of some of the
So what are the
specifics.
cost estimates associated with these specifics?
That's what we're trying to.
That's what we're trying to get.
This hasn't been done
So
in the
you're
past.
trying to get that, but you're gonna go ahead and come up with a number of 500 to $1 million, but yet you do not have a cost estimate to even know what it's gonna take.
I don't think the 500,000 though would
Can't even
even
touch
come.
it. It won't even touch it. It won't even touch it. This is bigger planning.
Those were your numbers, not mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cut more, we just put 500 to a million.
Pardon me?
I said we could have a bigger number, but we want to have 500 to a million so we can work on some projects.
But that
Well,
would
then
require
it was said-
layoffs. That would require layoffs, and it would be greater than the dispatcher.
So we're not trying to do that right away. We're trying to have some forethought.
Okay, and then it's also said in the Clarion that Lynn Horses repeatedly comment on how bad road conditions are across the village, and trustees have also said there's been no planning for the future being done by the current administration. I'll agree with you, our road conditions are not in very good shape. But this is what I propose, because you're proposing cutting 500 to $1 million out of this budget to address these issues. So what type of rating system do we have in place to determine the conditions of the roadways? Do we have an annual plan in place to resurface any of these
Yeah.
roadways?
We do.
Or do we just
Yes.
have the long range
Yes.
plan?
No,
We have an-
annually, the staff goes around and identifies the most serious needs,
So staff meaning village staff?
and the engineer,
Oh, and the engineer? Okay,
because it goes through motor fuel tax.
right.
You have to
Okay.
prepare a report for
Okay, so
DOT.
has the staff then reported to this board X amount of dollars that they're gonna need for the next fiscal
They
year
vote on
for
the
these?
motor, the board votes on the motor fuel tax.
So, but for fiscal year
Actually,
16
that has-
approaching,
that has
you
been in
have
place.
cost estimates for the road
Actually,
improvements,
that is in place. That's $372,000 that we're getting from MFT.
and you're
And
using what for?
$372,000 in MFT money that the village is getting. And we're putting and I don't remember the exact number, dollar figure, but there's a dollar figure for the amount that we're doing for resurfacing, a dollar figure that we're doing for oil and chip, and a dollar figure that's going to go to snow removal, et cetera, et cetera. And so that is there, and that was presented to us a month ago, I think it was, something along that lines.
Let's say, so we're gonna use motor fuel tax service for those repairs,
Correct.
but what about this $500,000 or $1 million cut out of the budget that you're suggesting that we do?
We would like to use it for projects of those kinds for
Okay,
repairs.
what types, I mean, are those projects identified, and are the cost estimates associated with them?
I think we've identified some of those, and
Yes, we
the
have.
cost estimates, yes, are forthcoming on them, yes.
Have you brought those to the public?
I think Oxford, yes, has been brought to the
Oxford has
public.
been addressed, the South
I'm
Park
talking
has been
about
addressed.
the roadway that Joe was just referring to that we're paying for with our MFT funds.
The estimates that we get from our engineer on what it is gonna cost, basically, up to this point, has only been based off of what only the MFT funding has been. They've never really came and presented to us anything further than what we are anticipated to get from our MFT fund. So no, the engineers and the village staff has not presented us with any further dollar amounts. But if you look at, like you said, you point out many times, Oak Brook, a third of Oak Brook being repaid, if you look at the MFT fund, $372,000, as you can tell, doesn't go a long way for repaving projects.
Thank you. It doesn't. And that's my point. My point is, you want to set aside $500,000 to $1 million out of this budget for these types of improvements. You're going to put 6 dispatchers out of work. You're going to demote a deputy chief.
It's a proposal. They haven't decided.
I think we've made it clear that no one has said yet that there's a final decision on whether or not
And
dispatchers
that's
are
why I'm
going to
here
be put out.
talking, because there hasn't been a final decision made yet. But this is the impact, the cuts that you proposed to make from what I read in the Clarion. And that's what I'm addressing. So just keep that in mind, that as due diligence, as board members, before you put 6 people out of work and cut a person's job, and potentially 2 more people, for the sake of setting $500,000 to $1 million aside, which will resurface less than 1/3 of Oak Brook Avenue, that's not doing due diligence as a trustee. It's really not.
Thank you for your comment. All right, anybody,
I'm not done.
excuse me, we're going to move on. We have a business meeting to conduct up here, okay? And we have a lot of items, and I understand that there's a lot of issues. We'll have more committee meetings, there's going to be more discussions on this, and we'll be able to discuss specifics and the cuts with that. We'll also be able to discuss the deficit on the amount, the $300,000 deficit on the water fund that's coming up, but we have to conduct a business meeting, and like I said, I made it clear, we had 5 minutes, and I let you come back up.
I'm a game citizen.
That's, I'm.
You are an elected official.
Mayor Bright ever gave any of us.
Yeah, in regards to this, I'm going to go with the deputy chief position, because you had stated in the Clarion that you didn't believe there was a municipality in Sangamon County besides Springfield that has a deputy chief position. So I'm unsure if that's accurate, if that statement is accurate. Chief Holmes has just shown that there are several municipalities south of I-80 that have deputy chief positions.
Like I said, I appreciate your
Okay,
comments.
you tell me, Mr.
We're going to
Boyle, when
take a
I'm going to be
break.
allowed to present in a public format the information that I would like to say.
We've been asking
You
that
can.
since December.
You can. The 5-minute rule is not my rule, okay? This was clear, the mayor's brought this up before. I'm just trying to enforce the rules so we can move along
I
and have a
get 5
business
minutes
meeting.
the whole evening? Yes.
5 minutes of public comment. And public comment, and to be clear, our attorney can talk. Public comment is really not a question and answer. It's a time for you to comment. The board is going to have a discussion. Our attorney can clarify that. I mean,
I would like to speak.
I'd like to give my 5 minutes to Kathy.
Thank you, Tracy, thank you very much.
So
It's up to the chair to
I wouldn't allow it.
I mean, we've had enough time. We're going to have more discussions on this, and I'd invite you to come back. Honestly, I would. I'd like to hear your input on it. But, you know, we do have a lot of items that we have to get into tonight, so.
So when is the next meeting date that this type of form is allowed for me to narrow my,
Well, you'll be able to,
down my 5 minutes?
every Tuesday, there's public comment that's allowed at the regular board meetings, and the committee meetings. There's committee meetings where you can also come back and comment on that, so you're more than willing to come back, you know, and comment, and if you have specifics that you want addressed, I would also encourage you to send emails or call us up and talk to us specifically on each one of the trustees' positions on certain items, and I know the trustees are more than willing to respond.
Okay, thank you, we'll be back.
Thank you. All right. Any more public comment? Hearing none, we'll close it. Item number 8 on the agenda, approval of the committee of the whole minutes. Does everyone have a chance to review the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Any changes? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nay? All right. We want to take okay, we'll take a recess. Thank you. All right. Yes.
I'm serious about it. You know, everybody wants to say, oh, this stuff and do this.
spent for that, come on. I'll take that one to the attorneys. Used to work for short, 10 years.
City of Springfield. Just started in the city of Springfield, they just don't have to. No, they won't like cut you off.
Hey Joe, give me some water, a bottle of water. What do you think? Looks like he needs a break. I think we'll go to the gas station.
We got so much to change.
Gas station.
Jenny, I'll gladly sit on that, committee.
I think he would be a good, what's that called, devil's advocate.
My opinion, that should be the number one thing they
Yeah, it'd be good for you.
Maybe we'll stick one with the gold line instead of starting. If I'm on there.
I'm sorry, I'm a bad at the way, what can I tell you? I got Ryan, you got any water station in your office?
I don't actually, just drank the last couple ice cubes that were in there at 4 o'clock. Actually, I was here, I'm here because we had an issue with the wind pickup. I'll try to explain my side as best I can, because we had an issue where we got to have it out on a certain day.
Cost difference of what it would be to extend it 4 weeks. You know what I mean? What is it, you know what I mean?
I mean, I'm opposed to that because I've been saying, guys, I'm on the street, we got half times in the year.
All right. This reconvene.
I guess he's playing favorites. The village has debts. Are we ready for that? Is that what you
All right, Matt, you want to make a motion? You want a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, aye. Aye. Stand reconvene.
What's our next item, Chair?
We'll just start moving back down old business, the proposed changes right down the list now, Pat. Next.
Item 2 is old business then? What you said?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Or did we talk about?
Well, he moved it up because of the healthcare reform first on that. To go up. All right, the next item is the proposed changes to the village manager ordinance. We had some discussion about this, and at one point trustee Clayton had put forth a draft with regards to the changes. I'll let trustee Clayton talk about the ordinance that he proposed.
Yeah, after talking with the legal counsel, it looks like there's one section that we can't change due to state statute, and that would be the decrease in compensation notation that I had made. But going forward, as previously discussed, you know, this does include some communication aspects, and some small language changes, but going forward, I think we really need to work on drafting a ordinance specific to the new village manager, and what the requirements are, and what we're kind of looking for from that side as well.
And that's something for
I agree.
the legal counsel to help draft that.
Hitting on this position is And I think one of the things we do need to discuss sooner rather than later is what is going to be the go-forward position when our current manager retires. The delay in proposing where we would like to go with that is starting to concern me to the spot that I don't think, if it's going to be replaced, we need an appropriate amount of time to recruit for it. If there's going to be a proposal to restructure duties, we need an appropriate amount of time to consider that and do that as well. But if recruitment is going to be a piece of this puzzle, that needs to start rapidly. If you would like involvement and input outside the board, that needs to start.
I think that one of the big issues, though, we're gonna have is finding someone who's willing to commit for September 2015 to possibly, with town, not running a new administration, I mean, if I was in their shoes, I'd be concerned about that.
That's why our concern is out there, that if we're going to find something to do that, it needs to be sooner rather than later. Or if it's going to be an interim, that needs to be discussed quickly, get that in place. You're going to, like him or hate him, there's going to be a lot of knowledge that walks out of that door.
And that's on the agenda as the next item. Let's focus, no, that's fine. Let's focus on the ordinance first. From trustee Clayton, from the understanding I think that he has with legal, is this something that you're wanting to move forward with, proposing ordinance now, or are you wanting just to continue to evolve this as we work on the process?
If we need to pass the ordinance and ensure the status reports are completed, I think we pass the ordinance. If we don't, then are we gonna get them? I think that's my question.
I mean, are there any other comments on the changes? Do you agree with the change? Do you disagree from what?
I know we saw the ordinance previously, well, actually, we didn't see the ordinance because I know you talked about it, but I'd like to see the actual ordinance, and I know I think, Mark, do you have the ordinance?
I think I emailed it all to everybody.
Yeah, he emailed the red line version to everyone.
Was it on board docs?
And it was on board docs, too.
Was it on board docs?
It's not there to see, is it the current version?
Okay, yeah.
The last one that's on there is the current version.
The last one on there.
It's just striking, no, it's not on there, I'm sorry.
You mean the last?
Striking the last sentence of section D.
Okay. So this red line version that's here, that's the latest one, is that correct? Okay.
Before we change it, I would put it in place. We changed it, so I think.
Mark, is this the same version as 2H6, and it is, I could bring it up?
Yeah, it's the same one that was up the previous one.
Okay. I'll give that a shot.
I believe it's on the table for,
Yeah, it's been
old business.
on the old business table for a while, I think.
Wait a minute. You talking about here?
Is he looking at a copy? He's got a copy.
See, I'm just saying there are no attachments on the agenda here. I could go back 2 weeks and bring it up from there, if anybody wants to.
I support the changes.
The only question I have is looking at number 10, where it says negotiate with one or more vendors for the purchase, and then striking in his or her discretion, for the purchase of any goods or services costing under $10,000. So if there's something that costs $5, does he have to negotiate with one or more vendors?
No, it says for the purchase costing over 10,000.
No, under 10,000.
I think he meant over.
Where are you at, Joe?
Number 10.
What, number 10?
It says under 10,000, did you mean over?
Well, it's just saying negotiate with one or more vendors.
For the purchase of any goods or services costing under 10,000. Did you mean over?
Yeah, you can remain that,
Leave Leave it as.
It's just,
negotiate
there.
one more vendor in zero discretion for purchasing goods or services costing under
Yeah.
$10,000. The next section, the 10 to 20, the language
It's
is
still
proposed
one or more, you
required,
can choose just one. It's not like
required,
you put it out.
required at least 2 bids.
Consider.
For 10 to 20, required at least two spots.
I think what his concern is that there's no floor there under which he would not have to do it. It starts at 0 and basically, it starts at $1 and goes to 10,000.
It says one or more vendors.
One or more.
Choose one.
He can pick one vendor, right? I mean, that's the way I'm reading the language, that he can negotiate with one or more.
Take the strikeout, take the language in red.
What I'm saying is, I think what he's saying is, if he wanted to go out and buy a box of Staples, is he gonna have to negotiate with the vendor to do
No,
that?
I'm
Because
not.
it's any good
Because it says he has to negotiate.
to 10,000.
That was the original language.
Joe, is your concern on whether you remove the in his or her discretion portion?
Yeah, because when you say in his or her discretion, that means they can decide whether to negotiate. Now you're saying, if you're buying a box of Staples, you have to negotiate.
Well, it says one or more, so he doesn't have to negotiate.
No, you have to negotiate with even one vendor.
That's one vendor and saying the price is $5
Let Tim explain.
Yeah, I think that's the question.
I think you need to put that in his or her discretion, so that there isn't any,
Tim's a ventriloquist.
yeah, so, sorry. So that isn't any,
I guess that my question to play the devil's advocate then is what if there's an item that was $9,000? I mean, to me, I feel like you should go out and have to seek more than one bid and not leave it at his discretion.
then you change the $10,000 amounts.
Lower to 5, 5 to 10.
Yeah, or make it between, you could do 5 to 10 or something, another range.
The between right now is 10 to
5 to 10.
If you want to allow a discretionary amount, I mean, that's typically what the floor is. So you would require a negotiation based on some floor that's more than 0.
Right now, yeah, the floor is
So if you
0.
wanted to make it anywhere from 500 to 10,000, or from 1,000 to 10,000, how much discretionary authority you want to give on the floor part of that?
Right now,
Right now, your floor is 0.
well, right now,
Under
it's
the
10.
Right now, the floor is, current law, the floor is 10. Under this proposal, it's 0.
Just like our bank account.
Well then, just keep in his or her discretion and change it to 5. And change the next one to 5 and the next one to 10. And then the next one to 10. And the next one to 10.
Is it the municipal code that sets the $20,000?
Yeah.
Right.
Municipal code is a 20,000.
Just the bidding.
Well, I think a big one we need to make sure is followed is the last sentence there.
I mean, I'm okay with changing the 10,000 to 5,000, but I think the reason the 20,000 is in there is because that's
That's fine.
currently in the municipal code.
Right. 10,000 to 5,000, that's fine.
And then,
You would want a sealed bid process for anything over 5,000.
No quotes, Doesn't it say quotes?
2 or more sealed bids or sealed proposals. So it's a sealed bid. It's gonna be a sealed bid over 5,000. Currently, that number is 10,000. Well, no, I'm sorry.
Yes.
No, it's not, because the change was the manager shall be authorized but not required. Under this, now they would be required. So in reality, between 10 and 20,000, you could do a sealed bid, but you don't have to. Under this proposal, it's saying you would have to do a sealed bid, and based upon the other change that we just made, between $5,000 and $20,000. So, I mean, anything that, I mean, Shane, how many things do we buy? That's,
So in electric water world, a lot of things.
you know,
I think we would have to drastically increase our inventory. Because we've got the process, the bid process, the amount of time it takes, by the time it takes committee meeting and then board meetings. We're about 4 weeks out, about a month out before we can purchase anything.
Well, I think that my intentions behind this was to start a more competitive bidding process and to ensure that this last statement here, because this is not purchase any item which exceeds any budget appropriation. I mean, that's not been adhered to either. So the intentions of this was to ensure we're getting competitive pricing, but also to ensure that this, not spending outside the appropriation ordinance was followed. I mean, furthermore, I think we probably need a more formal procurement process anyways.
yeah, when you say, current law, I know, says the manager may not purchase any items which exceeds any budget appropriation until such time as the corporate authorities have approved an increase in the appropriation line item. What are you saying that you believe is happening now that?
Well, how is it that we run so many deficits and we never approve them? We're not made aware that those purchases exceed the appropriation. If we are, it's made after the fact.
Okay, so, an example.
That's what the,
Yeah.
Could you just restate what you just said?
I probably couldn't.
It's almost 10.
That's for my text. Excessive.
Off the recording.
We're gonna have to go back to the video and do the one.
I got to school 30 minutes.
Gonna run out of paper. I thought maybe expenditures?
It's okay. It's just the last sentence of that, number 10.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, Mark, I'm just trying to figure out what we're trying to fix so that we can make sure it's,
Well, I mean, I think my intentions were not only competitive bidding, but ensuring that we're not spending outside the appropriation ordinance. Which, I don't know competitively as far as
so
our purchases go.
do we want maybe anything over $20,000? A notice would have to be sent out to the board prior to approval of any contract or purchase. Something along the lines of
Tim,
where
can
we
you put
got.
something together that will make this point?
Right, okay, yeah.
If you're talking about a public work or something, I mean, they're good for something like that, 20,000. I think that's where that 20,000.
Yeah, okay, so maybe we do that as, maybe we do that at 10,000, saying a notice has to be given to the board prior to any signature of a contract or purchase. Something where we're notified that, the electric department is buying X, or, the water department's buying Y. And I think is that where you're trying to get at? And not just that they're purchasing it, but where that money is specifically coming from in which line item.
I think that'd be the more specific, the better.
Are you proposing this or just?
It's Mark's thing, but that's what I'm trying to, but I think we're trying to work together here and try to get something that we both want to support.
Yeah.
Something along that lines?
Something along those lines.
So that's what he's saying. Or is that what you're saying?
You know what, I can make some additional changes to it and update it.
And I'll work with you on it.
I don't think it needs to be passed right away. But just making sure that section 10, unless it says section 10 is adhered to.
Okay. So he'll make some additional changes, we'll let trustee Clay make some additional changes. Just, I would suggest working with Tim just on the changes to make sure that we're meeting, our village attorney, that we're meeting the municipal code procurement laws. Dave brought up a good point, I mean, he had touched on about the new village manager search process. I know we started to get into some of the discussion on that, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but if you want to, I know you're making a good point. I know that the board's, I think, anxious to get this underway because we are kind of working against the clock on this, so.
I think what Mark proposed probably goes hand in hand. If we're going to go out and search for a village coordinator, especially one of the things that was touched on when we had the presenter from the City and County Management Association in, what he said one of your first steps is you have to develop your recruitment profile. So similar, right, to what we were just discussing with the manager ordinance. We've got to decide where we're going to go recruit for and which method we're going to take to A, recruit and get to the point where we've decided what this profile looks like. That's where I think we need to get moved. We want a full-blown out process similar to what the school district did with their superintendent search, where they have multiple focus groups, sit down and say, here's what we would like to have out of a village administrator position, and then compile all that in, and then the board took that, and that became the search profile. Or do we want to develop it right here, or do we want to take that ordinance that we were just talking about with minor tweaks and recruit based on that? That's a question.
Thoughts?
I'd rather have a full-blown, with search committee, I'd rather have, people from the village to help us with it and go forward like that. I mean, I think the focus groups were very good that the school did, using the citizens, and I'd like to see something along that lines.
I think that's great and all, but more than likely, like Mark also said, in 2 years, we're more than likely going to have a different village manager than what we have after we hire this one. Because that person is hired at the mayor's discretion. And in 2 years, we're going to have a different mayor. So, and it seems like, as we've talked about now, that we're kind of already on a time constrained line here. I mean, I want as much involvement as we can get, the time allows.
Tom, do you want to address that?
What?
And Matt, I do disagree with you, because there are, don't get me wrong, there are incidences where you get a new mayor, you get a new manager. I mean, it just happens where the personalities don't click. But a lot of times, when you get a new administration, the manager stays. The manager continues because either the manager's doing a good job, whatever the case may be. And so, I mean, I know you're right, the person will be taking a risk, because the new mayor may say, nope, don't care if all your evaluations are perfect, you're out of here. That's the discretion. But that's not necessarily happens all over Illinois, and it may not happen here.
Is it mandatory that you have a new manager?
Not even.
For
It is mandatory that we fill it. What we have to do is we have to put it on, if we want to change it, we have to put it on the ballot to change the government, is that right, Tim? To change the form of government, which includes a village manager, we have to put that on the ballot.
Yes.
Okay, so we do have to fill that position until the next election. Now, if at that time, the election happens and you guys, the voters decide they don't want a village manager form of government, then we go to something new.
And there's no provision for situations like here, where there's 2 years to an election, so you bring somebody in for 2 years with the understanding that he may not stay.
Tim, there's a process to that too, you have to go to a full-time mayor.
And somebody can do that if they're so inclined to want to do that. I think the concern is you may
severely restrict or limit your applicant pool because that is the situation. And someone may not necessarily want to be put in the position of
I would
looking
say
for a new
that-
job 18 months after they
I
start.
think the majority of the applicants would want that.
So did,
Unless they're retired professional, may have held the position already, or even someone local that,
I
you
know
know,
someone that made an offer.
has been in that, that has been in our arena before, that we want to do that to help the community.
so was the village manager position created via our referendum? Because I missed it.
We're not a managerial form of government, we're a trustee board form of government.
President and board of trustees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not strong managers.
Right, but we're not a managerial form where it does, this various statutes don't apply.
We're not the city manager form of government.
Okay, which means.
So then to answer Teresa's question, what stops us from firing our village manager right now?
If the position
What
wasn't
stops him
created
from
by
firing
referendum, why do you
is
have to?
he's an appointed official.
have
But what stops,
referendum to
but there's
remove
nothing that
the
stops us from saying that we do not want to fill that vacancy.
Right. Okay, see, I was,
Yes, you're-
Answered her a bunch of really good questions.
I'm sorry.
Answer that, please, that's really.
If it didn't take a referendum to create the position of village manager,
I think I was misspoken, Teresa.
Yeah, no.
I thought,
it was a referendum.
No.
It doesn't need to be at all.
We don't
The
have,
board
we don't
can, the board
have.
can do away with the position.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go for it. Thanks, Mal.
And that's what Mr. Kimsey, you were saying
Okay.
that if you're gonna do it that way, then you need to work on the transition to just going between the mayor and the department heads.
Okay.
Go for it.
Makes sense.
So I guess,
I can't imagine everybody.
So, my
Short-term.
first inclination would be the gentleman that was here with the presentation that does this as a
Mr. Carter.
quote-unquote charitable service. Because he's that guy that Matt talks about that's retired and misses this for some reason.
I know that.
Would be to utilize their services and help guide us through this as somebody that has done it before, and give some advice on how to proceed and accomplish that goal, quickly getting citizen input on what they view as important that we be recruiting for that position, as well as our own views for the board and probably from the staff and balance those. That's a similar process than what I've seen come through on how you develop a recruitment profile.
Was that extra cost?
Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, what Mr. Carter was providing is they do advisory services
Correct.
at no charge to
At no
the
charge,
municipality.
correct.
No charge, okay.
They're not acting in an official
They do not do that.
consulting role. What they're doing is an advisory and kind of a mentor guiding hand as we develop. But if we want to use them kind of as somebody that's done this before to push us in the right direction.
And they can also help provide information where, village manager duties. I mean, that's the other thing that they can help provide. And they can provide what type of recruiting timeline that we could set up.
I guess one of the questions I have is for
City Manager Association.
our village attorney. I mean, it seemed like in your presentation that you guys had talked about, or touched on this, or maybe I heard Mr. Juergens touch upon this. What involvement have you guys had in terms of the manager search process and stuff? Have you worked with communities to help develop criteria, or, I mean?
I personally have, for various cities or villages in developing what sort of criteria they're looking for. A lot of it is general, that every place is going to be looking for, but some of it can be fairly specific, depending on if there are, particular duties that may be, particular to your community that you want this person to be versed in or have some experience in, that sort of thing, and then put that together. And then there are various places that you can use to, to advertise, something like that on the IML website or on different, websites or publications, things like that. To use is basically your search engine. But the process does take some time generally. I mean, most, the municipalities that I've worked with, the fastest we've ever done it's maybe been 3-4 months.
Yeah, that's what's
That's about where we are.
How many hours, Dale?
How many sleeps?
You've got grandkids. Is the consensus then we want to have Mr. Carter advise us and move us through the process? If that's the role we're going to take, I would recommend we get started immediately, contacting him, plan.
And I can do that if that's the will of the board.
Jill needs to be a big part of that as well.
Well, they'll bring it all in, so it brings the overall picture, somebody that's searched for this type of role and how to incorporate all these aspects that we're talking about. So if we want to have him involved, I think we need to contact him immediately and start. Mark? You with that? That's fine.
Yeah.
So Joe, you'll do that?
Sure.
Okay, for Elaine, who is Mr. Carter?
Steve Carter is a representative of the Illinois City Managers Association.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I got 4. I've done it that fast.
Oh my God, you're gonna go.
Next item is budget discussion. Do we want to continue with the budget discussion in terms of other areas? I know we've heard a lot of input from the community on the dispatch and the police service side. I know there's some other areas of the budget that trustees have and have touched on about, places where they'd like to possibly see cuts or places in the budget that need addressed. So, really at this point, I'll leave it up to you guys how in depth you guys want to go on this. Obviously, we're working up to having a budget passed by the end of July, so.
Hey, now, staff has a presentation, correct, on the budget?
Yes.
I think we should hear it.
If you at least, let's quickly, we'll go through as quickly as we can. I think, Sherry, do we have the presentation for them? The hard copy, did we give a hard copy, Joe?
No, I don't know, but we have it.
Can we?
Is there one of these adjustments up here?
No. What I thought we would do is, and we'll do it, given the hour, we'll do it much quicker than I anticipated, but we'd like to have Sherry just give a brief financial trend, because, we've talked about being in a crisis, and we want to try and alleviate that a little bit tonight. Then we'll talk about, as we get to each utility fund, we'll talk the water sewer rates when we get to that fund, and we'll talk about the electric ordinance when we get to that fund. So if we could, Sherry, would you please go ahead?
Okay. Sherry, just cue me if I need to get the next page, all right?
Okay, well, if you, most of you have been on the board before except for Nina, and I usually, before I start the budget process around January or February, I start doing some trend analysis. And you might probably be familiar with that because I would send the reports out to you once I got them completed, and it would show you some trends of the revenues and the expenses that the village incurs and the revenues that the village brings in each year. We're going to start off with the general revenue fund, and this shows the village's main sources of general fund revenue. So you can see the breakdown that property taxes are 25%, income taxes are also 25%, sales taxes are 20%, permits and fees 18%, utility administration fees 6%, local use tax 5%, and then we have a category of other, which is only 1%. And something that was sort of brought up by a citizen was how much in sales taxes do we bring in? $877,000, and that represents, our distribution is 1% of the 6 1/4. So a quarter of that would be $200 and some thousand.
Sherry, question, this does not include the $57,000 in gaming, correct?
The
And the other, the
57,000
18%.
gaming is in the 18%.
So the gaming would be in this general fund revenue at the
Yes.
18%?
Correct.
A portion, of it, not the entire 18%.
Okay, if you want to go to the next slide. These are some pie charts of the things I was talking about before. In the bottom left-hand corner is 2014 allocation of general fund revenues. The bottom right-hand corner is 2015, at the top is 2016, and they're pretty all much similar. Our revenue sources really don't change too much from year to year. And I'm going to go on to the next one, property tax distribution. Our slice of the pie is that little like lavender piece up in the right-hand corner. It's only 6% of the whole property tax pie that is assessed to Ball in Chatham Township. And usually I have much more slides on each one of those different type of sources, and if you would like to see them, I can provide them for you. And it'll show a history of maybe, I think I've been doing this since 2003, so I've got a lot of data. General fund, where the money goes. The pie chart on the left is by department and shows what the breakdown is. Of course, public safety is a large portion at 58%. And Parks and Rec, streets and administration are sort of about the same, and then a small slice for cemetery. And then on your right-hand side is by type. So you're looking at your personnel, maintenance type expense, insurance, office expense, debt service and supplies. By far, it's going to be your personnel. It's at 80%. Grounds and vehicle maintenance and professional services, 6 to 7% each. Now this is sort of a slide that can show where the general fund is at, how healthy it is. And I just sort of wanted to point out that we've had surpluses the past 3 years in the general fund of around $345,000, which is a big improvement for our general fund because there were times when it did not look so healthy. Our pre-audit surplus is estimated at $332,000. I'm anticipating with doing accrual adjustments, it's probably going to be a little bit higher than that. And when we actually passed budgets for those years, there were 0 budgets. There was no, we tend to estimate revenues low and estimate expenses high. So we get a surplus at the end of our year if we can. So right now, instead of a 0 balanced budget, we have a proposed budget with a anticipated surplus of $227,000. Next slide is cash balances in the general fund. You can see in 2010, they were quite low. And that was just due to a delay in state payments. I think all cities and communities were experiencing that throughout the state of Illinois, where we were really having a difficult cash flow issue. But since then, in 2015, we're now over $700,000 and actually exceed 2 months of an operating cash balance, which is really great considering the history of this trend. And then I'll go on to electric fund revenues. The top pie chart is 2015. The bottom one is 2016 estimated projected revenues. Electric sales are the biggest piece of this, 95%. Nothing really quite, our electric fund is basically operated by our electric sales. We're estimating for 2016 budget almost just shy of $10 million. and revenues. The next chart is how expenses are broken down. Electricity purchases are our biggest part, 67 to 68%. That's followed by personnel, then service charges. Basically, your largest chunk of the cost are electricity. Personnel costs, I think, are up slightly this year. We filled a vacant position, and then we've got some costs associated with retirements that are anticipated that isn't normal year-to-year costs. And if you also notice that on this, capital costs are up slightly as well, not too much.
Sherry, why is our debt service higher than this proposal?
Why is debt service 4%?
390, it goes from 391 to the proposed 419.
I mean, it's up about 30,000. I know we probably, I'd have to look at the debt schedules. We have one bond issue out and one debt certificate out that I'd have to see if you're paying more principal in the later.
That's for the substation on Independence.
Okay.
It could have, I'd have to research that. See which capital leases we have out there and I'll let you.
Thank you.
And this is the slide showing revenue versus expenses and showing the operating income of the fund. So I guess the couple years that stick out are 2009 and 2014. Those were both years that the village realized that they needed to increase electric rates because our supply costs were more than our rate structure could handle. And in the last rate ordinance that you passed, that we now look to our supplier to provide us with an increase and then pass that along to our customer. And this is the unrestricted cash balances. And when I say unrestricted, and I probably should have clarified this earlier, we have other cash balances in the electric fund. We have to just put aside money to retire debt. So this is just operational cash. The peak there is in 2013, 1.437 million. 2014, it started to go down. And then in 2015, it's still down. The fund probably has not quite recovered from the delay in doing the electric rate increase, and that combined with the interfund loan is the reason it hasn't rebounded just yet. But I think with getting the water and sewer rates in line and passing along the supplier increase, that should help that one bounce back. Now the fund that is probably the most difficult one to talk about is our water and sewer fund. And water and sewer sales are approximately 97% of the fund, just like the electric fund. That's what funds the operations. The next slide is expenses. 45% of the expenses are for water purchases, 19% are for sewer. And The increase in supply costs, we're up a little bit. We installed, are up from 2015 to the proposed 2016 budget, are up a bit. I think there's some supplies for installing a fixed network and for supplies for water break street repairs that are a little bit different. Capital costs are lower in 2016. 2015 included construction costs for the new street and water shop. Debt service costs are up slightly due to the note repayment costs. Personnel are slightly up. Again, that was probably, we just filled a vacant position, and there's also costs associated with retirement that's driving up some of our personnel costs across the village. And here is the water and sewer fund revenue versus expenditures. Historically, the water fund has always had losses. That's just the way it has operated. In most years, except for 2012, we did implement a new rate structure. Even though the water and sewer fund did not have an operating income, the utility was still able to operate and maintain existing cash balances. But mild and wet summers experienced in some years, combined with rising costs of water and sewer, were the cause of the losses. We'll be proposing a new water and sewer rate structure that will be less reliant on high usage to balance funds and shift more costs to monthly fixed charges. So that's where that fund is at. And then you have the water and sewer fund balance, which at the high, we had $284,000. You can see in 2010, that was about when we had the last rate study done. You saw significant improvement in 11 and 12. We were actually able to maintain in 2013 the cash balance, even though we were experiencing losses. And then in 2014, it started to drop, with it ending up where it is right now. And a lot of these, the cash balances, the net income assessments, they can be found in the monthly treasurer's report. You can either find it in the narrative portion or in the summary of cash balances or the summary of revenues and expenditures.
Any questions for Sherry?
This last slide that you've got for Sherry, kind of hard to read.
Sorry about that.
Did you send that to us?
Yes, I'll send that to you.
Is this the same document you had it out before, this sheet here?
Yes, it is. It's
Okay.
basically, I'm sorry, we did not look at this up on the screen beforehand, so it looked fine on my screen at my desk this afternoon. It really did.
A lot of things are fine.
But basically, this is an assessment about where all the funds are at the end of the budget. And they all have either, they're balanced or they have surpluses. The general fund has a surplus of the 227. I think this is showing 238 because we're counting in the restricted cash that we have on hand that was planned to be used in the budget. Electric fund is just at $71,620. Water and sewer with the new rate and sewer structure would be at $138,832. Cemetery perpetual care fund, total expenses, just allowing that revenue to accumulate, $22,400. Veterans Memorial, it only has $1,000 worth of income. We're expected to, or $950 of income, $800 in expenses, only $150. Motor to fuel tax pretty much, but everything comes in, goes right back out. Tax increment financing, we've got some capital projects planned in there. The revenues are expected to go for those. Capital projects fund, this is before transfers from the general fund. There's about $250,000 in cash in there. I'm estimating that $396,000
revenues to come in. That is basically transfers from the TIF fund, and then $617,000 in projects. That includes the TIF projects and the multi-use trail, Hummer multi-use trail, IDOT grants, expenses for that. So that leaves $29,565. It'll be likely that that money will just sort of sit and build, because it's unlikely that we'll get billed from IDOT for the bike trail just yet. I have it in there, but I don't really think we're gonna be paying it out until 2017.
Bike trail, do you mean the
Multi-use trail that,
one that was the safe route to schools?
From Park Street to Gordon Drive.
The safe route to schools.
yeah,
That money's already spent then, right?
it's already spent, but I'm gonna say it's gonna probably sit there, so that account
Correct,
balance is
yeah.
probably gonna be still there.
Been allocated.
Yeah.
Yard waste, recycling and refuse fund, we pretty much bring in about $131,000 and spend out the same. Police and Public Works Utility Tax Fund, we had some balances on hand that were planned to be spent on capital lease purchases for the street and the police departments. And at the end of the total, we have a surplus fund-wide of over $500,000. So with that, we have a different presentation that Dave is going to go ahead and do for the water and sewer increase.
Yeah, sound like you're going to ask for something.
I didn't have a question for, I just had general budget comments, but go ahead, Dave.
Oh.
You got- No, it's not for you as much, it's more of something to the board, in terms of the budget and looking at it. But Dave, go ahead while we're on water and sewer, so. If you want.
Add more during the other one.
Did you lost that?
Yeah. All right, Sherry mentioned in her presentation on the water and sewer fund, one of the things that assumes is that we address some of the needs where she's been talking for the last several months about a need for a look at our rates. One of the challenges I've always seen with a combined waterworks fund is we're heavily reliant upon having dry weather years that cause people to use more water in their lawns. So we have what I call, and there may be another term, I call it consumption risk. And essentially what we're banking on is people using a lot of water. Now that's counterintuitive when we look at national trends for conservation. So I tend to get frustrated with the pricing schedule that relies on heavy water usage when a national trend is to conserve clean media. So these two things don't match. I liken it to federal highway funds, are exactly the same way. Federal highways are rebuilt on motor fuel taxes, and in order to rebuild highways, the federal government needs you buying fuel, but then they put in energy efficient requirements on a car to make you buy less fuel. So it's
Schizophrenic.
yes, it's a good word for it. Now, one hand doing the opposite of the other. In the end, what you run into is a situation where I view we are currently is you're too reliant on consumption. Boards have a tendency that when you're looking on consumption-based models, you want to take the best case scenario and price to the best case scenario, and then when that doesn't pan out, you say, oh my God, what do I do now? Our current water rate is structured the same way. So Pat, what I'll propose here is a new rate structure for water and sewer that's going to consist of only two parts. A fixed cost that's assessed to a customer before consumption, and a consumption charge per 1,000 gallons. This is intended to alleviate that consumption risk experienced by the waterworks funds so that it becomes less reliant on high usage to balance funds and shifts more of the cost to a fixed monthly portion to utilize years of greater use to provide for funding of capital projects in the rate stabilization account. There's also a recommendation in here that increases the new construction water tap fee for a 3/4 inch meter from $750 to $850, and a corresponding increase from $875 to $975 for a 1-inch meter. The proposal includes a provision that at the close of each fiscal year, village transfers an amount equal to any penalty income less bad debts and disputes and adjustments we make into a rate stabilization account specifically set for future capital projects. And similar to what we did last summer, I believe it was, with the electric fund, is to include the provision that if our supply costs go up, our per 1,000 gallon increase reflects the same as our supply costs. So that we did, Sherry's graph showed the spot where the reaction lag is what happened there. You 2 or 3 year reaction lag, and then the jump had to be big. I would love to sit here and tell everybody that the price of anything will stay the same or go down over years, but I'm also lived long enough to realize that just doesn't happen. The intention of tying to that, similar to what we did with the electric fund, is that we smooth that so that you don't get used to something for 3 years and then experience a large step. It's a smooth, gradual climb to keep up with those costs. So, next, Pat. Current rate structure is set as this on your water bill. This is the 5,000 gallon example that's on our village website. There's a $9.11 facility charge, and then there's a $24.38 minimum charge. The minimum charge includes your first 2,000 gallons plus what we allocate towards our fixed services, and then every 1,000 gallons beyond that is charged at $7.10 per 1,000. The proposal that is being made is to eliminate one chunk of that. And we will have a facility charge of $25.99 per month. And then any usage is charged based on the per 1,000 gallon. So that rate to produce the returns that Sherry analyzed was set at $7.29 per 1,000. So in this case, the bill would be a $25.99 charge plus 5,000 gallons at $7.29. Similarly, on the sewer, we have a base facility charge right now that includes the first 3,000 gallons of consumption. That's set at $19.03, and then $4.26 per 1,000 beyond that. Next one, Pat. The proposal shifts that structure and says the facility charge is set at $10.50, and each 1,000 gallons of sewer usage still remains at $4.26 per 1,000. Here's a table that kind of shows the combined effect at a few various levels. The 5,000 level is what had been used in rate studies in years past as kind of a prototypical family of 4 number that they had been, with the $1,000 being the empty nest, low-income retired. Under this structure, the change affects, each level depends on your usage a little bit, because what we did was for the person that uses less than 2,000 gallons of water, we've often heard this complaint that, I'm charged for 2,000, but I don't use that much. I used 900 gallons this month, but I had to pay for $2,000. This structure gets rid of that, where your per 1,000 gallon is actually what you use. If you use 900, that's what you're charged for. So you see on a low usage bill, your total bill would actually go down, and then at each level, what that monthly change would look at on a combined water bill basis. I mentioned in the proposed change, I would say that we set a rate stabilization account. One provision that would be included in the rate stabilization account is any penalty income. So right now that's like payment fees, interest charges on accounts. So essentially anybody that does something bad, their money is allocated towards future capital projects rather than us relying on people not paying their bill on time to support our fund. I view that as not a normal part of your operation, so you set that off to something that's extraordinary or outside the normal operating protocol of your fund. based on last year's and where we project that, that would be purely on that $34,500 would be the projection on that. Pat, next. As part of developing where to set these rates and how much to allocate towards a fixed percentage and a per 1,000 gallons, we looked at the last 6 years of water consumption in the village of Chatham. Using the structure that's proposed, this would provide a year-end reserve contribution to be used for current and future capital projects of the water fund, based on the 6-year review, somewhere between $139,000 and $313,000. I'm an accountant by trade, which forces me into a spot where I have, by trade, we look at everything from a very conservative perspective in finance. We opted for the low number in our assumption to make sure that the rates that we were setting, both on the fixed portion and the per 1,000, covered what we would believe in that 6-year trend analysis to be the worst case scenario, so that we're not using the same argument next year that says it rained too much and all summer was like this, where every night we got a downpour at midnight and nobody used water. However, I will caution, given that the rate structure still does include a variable component, and that any major capital projects should be undertaken at the direction of the board, and sometimes things happen. This is an estimate. There's no guarantee in any of this stuff. It's just an estimate that's based on the potential range that we saw of consumption in the last 6 years. Here, any excess generated by the water and sewer fund remains in the water and sewer fund. It moves to that rate stabilization account. Rate stabilization accounts and the utility funds are what you use when you have to start undertaking a major capital project or want to do an addition. What that is forcing to do is you set that aside as your reserve for capital improvements in the future, so that when you get to the spot where you have to replace a large transmission main or build a tank or pick your project, you've been saving for that over years, as opposed to it comes up now, and now we need to either bond drastically or increase rates drastically, like gradually build that account for us. And I believe that's the last slide. Thoughts? At 10:30 at night, what would be your thoughts? The thought behind it, and I'll kind of give you a... Can you put that? We'll get this, and part of what took so long is determining the numbers and then determining the right language, because we do have draft ordinances that would support this, but it took long to get the language right. One thing that is in with our draft ordinances for next week, last year, I was talking about the electric fund. Last year, we set the provision that said we base our electric charge based on what our average participant cost is given to us by Electric. Staff had a question on how to properly enact that. Our new council reviewed that ordinance. They suggested some changes to accomplish the same thing and provide proper notice. That will be up, and I would, because we already passed that, we're just going to tweak the language to give them the right mechanism to do that. So I would propose that go to the agenda immediately next week so that they can do this. Assumptions that Sherry is using in his budgets assume these rates now rather than waiting 3, 6, 7 weeks further down the line. The longer we wait, the bigger the spread becomes to accomplish those goals.
So let's say down the road, we have, the SSWC has its act together, the water's crystal clear, perfect, and they start offering the water at a lower price than your $7.19. So are we going to pass that savings on to Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Are we going to continue to charge them more than what we pay at that point?
My view would be that if you ever get to a spot where your supply price decreases, a proposal like this would provide the mechanism to do it. One thing that we can't ever do as a board is tell the next guy what they're going to do. I could have spent months trying to come to this point where I have this proposal, and we could pass this, and in 2 years, or next week, we could even decide, you know what, don't want to do that anymore. So you can never obligate the next guy into what you would do. The rate structure is set to a way that what we place more reliance on is our fixed charge. We'll use cable bill as an example. You pay for basic cable, that's the same charge every single month. You as a customer decide if you want to have pay-per-view movies. If you have fewer pay-per-view movies, you pay less. If you have more, you pay more.
But to answer your question, Matt, I believe the answer would be yes. If there was a decrease and this ordinance passed with David's proposal, and South Salem Water Commission, South Salem Water Commission though went from $6.85 down to, let's say, $6.
Whatever.
Okay.
It would be, at a time where such a hypothetical could happen, it would be up to the board to make a decision to do that. This provides more of a
Is there no mechanism that we could put in our ordinance that says,
it's the same.
if our supply cost goes down,
We can put it in there, man. What the recommendation came through with the electric, and how to properly provide notice on the change ownership by cost. They recommend put a mechanism, a 30-day notice to a customer that says on such and such date, your variable rate will change to X. Provide notice, and then 30 days later do it. So if you want it in there that says we look at it the same way, we're looking for a spread on our variable, fine. It's, in my opinion, I think it's a very hypothetical and I dare say far-fetched.
well, I mean,
It's hopeful, we would all hope for it, but.
as the biggest opponent of the water plant, I hope someday it does go well, can offer us lower, better price water. I just wanted to.
As a realist, I think our best views on things is you slow the curve on the increase is what you end up trying to do. It's hard.
The easiest way to get to your point is add more customers.
Yes.
That's the way to do it.
And pay off that debt so that then they could potentially lower the prices.
But if that becomes what you need to say, up or down, that's not our truth. And I have no problem with it too. As with anything, and as with the recommendation from council on the electric increases, is though we don't need to change an ordinance every year, their recommendation is you still do a resolution. Each time you get the update, and the board says, be it resolved that we want to put the 30-day notice out to indicate, based on this calculation, here's what it's going to be. So, yeah, you can always resolve. It says, we resolved, we've got a wholesale water decrease, we'd like to pass this. We have other questions. I almost feel bad, as much time as it took to get to them, that you guys don't have any questions.
Well, I think we're just we have to do it. You know what I mean? It's not we've gotten to a situation where, look at what our cut is of the pie. We have no choice.
And this is
Been given no choice.
This is kind of the thought that's taken into an entire budget picture. I've always viewed, in principle, what you should be doing is your electric fund revenues should fund your electric fund operation. Your waterworks revenues should fund your waterworks revenues. And then the functions of general government should be done out of the revenues that are produced by the general government. And it shouldn't be, a mix or match. And so the proposal made by the staff has a surplus in each of those funds. It totals over $500,000 on a total governmental picture. So if I'm not wrong, there's $500,000 surplus in the total government. And that starts to provide in a measured and gradual way, a way to shift the emphasis from financing large-scale projects to gradually building funds to do those things in a way that does not significantly impact the services that we offer.
So Sherry, is it my understanding that if we pass this will fill in the $500,000 hole next year when we look at the budget reconciliation thing that we looked at this year. If we pass this, we won't have that next year.
This water rate increase also will be paying back the electrical fund borrowing, correct?
There's still a variable portion in there with the consumption. So it is one of those things that, you know, the one, put the number away. We use 139 as a projection. That would be based on 6 years. That was the lowest consumption we experienced in 6 years. Now, all kinds of variables go into it: temperature, rainfall, population. The only one that we do know for certain has changed is our population tends to tick up. But on an average basis, we're growing in population. Weather trends tend to be the same with the longer period you look at. So I'm more comfortable saying what we used was a very low amount of consumption to try to reduce that risk of getting that spot. To guarantee anything in today's world, I would not do.
Are we still competitively priced with CWLP?
CWLP's rate structure is vastly different than what we're looking at.
I'm saying if someone comes into Chatham and decides to move into Chatham School District, are we able to compete with the fact that they're not looking at a water, or, you know what I mean? Are we in that?
What I think we look at in the government, when you start to look at the total ways your governmental operations are funded. And we talked earlier a lot about apples to oranges. Picking one revenue stream for a government and comparing that to another government's revenue stream is apples and oranges, essentially. An example I'll give to you, CWLP. The city of Springfield opted to fund sewers through sales taxes. So they have a major infrastructure repair program going on, and a big chunk of what's being done is sewer work and stormwater work. That money's coming from sales taxes. When we do sewer work, or when we do water work, that money comes from our water revenue. So instead of raising sales taxes to the 8.5% and 9% you see in Springfield, what we're saying is be more honest about the true cost to operate each fund in your government and fund that through that revenue, strictly that revenue. That's my, it costs this much to run a revenue or a water system.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
The
answer is no, problem.
If you look one-to-one, the answer would be no.
Thank you.
The same question can be asked is, are our sales tax more competitive in Springfield? If you look at that revenue stream, it's better to live in Chatham and it's better to shop and buy in Chatham than it is in Springfield, because you'll pay.
Our electric grid is cheaper.
Our electric rate. Also,
I'm not arguing that.
So there's total pictures, and each board makes a decision on how do you want to fund your total operations. My recommendation to our board is you fund your electric system through your electric rates, you fund your water and sewer system through your water and sewer system, and you fund your general fund through your fund your general government functions through your general fund.
So then you don't have a sales tax? What do you do with the sales tax?
Sherry just gave an example.
No, I know. I mean, I'm asking for you whether you're paying the water with water, electric with electric, general fund, general fund. So what do you?
Sales tax is under general.
Sales tax goes to general fund. That's what she just explained. I know. It's getting past my bedtime too, man.
You could, with your sales tax, you could fund infrastructure projects like streets, that kind of thing.
I guess my question that I have is, you know, we continue to say Chatham is going to grow, but yet, I think from what I'm gathering and hearing, our water plant is almost at a capacity to produce, correct? So I guess the question that, I have is, how much more can we grow before we hit the capacity, and then we're gonna have to do something drastic to meet that need, to continue to grow?
That comes, I think, at any point in time, in Blue Springfield is an example again. What they're looking at right now, when you hear costs of them, they've thrown ideas out where they go by, the Clear Lake sand and gravel pits to try to find raw water, or build a new lake where they try to find raw water. At any point in time, you're going to hit the spot where your capacity can't be met by your current.
We're not talking about 2012.
Well, that's my point. I mean, Springfield is talking about that after 40 years of growing, in Hunter Lake, we're talking about, I mean, from what I understand, we're like
It's actually
near capacity now.
After 3 years.
That's 6 years of shrinking from Springfield, maybe in a second.
So are we,
No, what's the answer?
Are we at capacity on?
or what is capacity?
What percentage are we towards capacity?
Capacity's 3 million, right? We're near
I
2.
think we're 2.2.
Capacity's 3 million?
But, water's a commodity that you spread out over a day, you fill your tanks. It isn't a question, you need that much water every day. You don't. Time of day usage enters into it. I don't think the operators of the plant would suggest that we're at capacity.
So,
It's true.
then I guess, before we reach capacity, how many more households?
They will address it.
How many more households can we get? Or how many more households can we support infrastructurally until we're at that capacity level? And then what's the next step?
I think that however many houses come into the village of Chatham, the water commission will supply the water to serve them.
That building was designed with a
Whatever.
second drain in there, so it's set up that way. All you have to do then is stick those pieces into it. It could process the same amount of water as the current drain.
With no issues on water.
Yeah, that would pay for it, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, which means your rates increase.
Yeah, but if,
Right, that's
if
what
we're selling so much water, I would think the water commission would be making plenty of money.
Right.
So then therefore, they would have that money on hand to be able to add on to the plan.
Because now we're charging the
If
right
we're
rate.
successful, then they're successful.
Well, we have not been charging the right rate. Now, if we do, we'll be charging the right rate to plan for that.
I have one little question. Can water be purified to be reused? Do we reuse any of the water that we,
No, not for potable water, no. We're looking at some things, some opportunities maybe where we reuse some water for maybe watering ball fields or football fields or something like that. We're looking into that, but not for consumption.
Didn't one of you mention raising the sales tax 1% earlier?
Yeah, that came from.
No, it came from the audience. Becky.
If you guys don't do that, would you at least consider a referendum to raise the gas tax up on par with what Springfield is? I think if you had that, the funds that you could create from that could go straight into the road fund.
I don't know if a
They'd have to go to referendum.
non-home rule community cannot raise gas tax.
I think that's right.
Not even 1%?
Non-home rule community cannot raise gas tax. Not even with a referendum.
It's a shame.
Hey.
The Springfield charge is more than we do.
Any other questions or concerns? Please sit right here, please.
Yeah, make sure I understand, the electric ordinance, a resolution actually up there, that's to be put on the agenda?
Yeah, and then my next question
Obviously
is,
nothing else.
we can put it on the board docs immediately on the agenda for next week to pass these. Same caveat, what we're looking at is, right now, we know we've just absorbed a cost increase from the Springfield Metro Sanitary District, and we know under our current structure that the water rate is not sufficient. We can debate it, or we can put this up for passage next week. I will leave that to your pleasure.
I think we just need to see it. We
Put
put
it-
it on the schedule,
Put
put it on there.
Put it on the agenda, there's a fact that
And then
there's
let
3
everybody see it.
ordinances. Put the ordinances up, water, sewer, and electric rate.
Yeah, about the appropriation.
No. You're not ready for the appropriation, you got other things you want to talk about.
There is now,
Right.
there is a draft appropriation ordinance that was on
Okay,
today's agenda.
we'll put it on the agenda, kind of like a first reading thing, with no expectation that they're gonna do anything with it next Tuesday.
There are 3, because these are 3 assumptions that were built into that. before even the draft ordinance to board, these three assumptions have to be met, so water, sewer, and the notification requirements on the electric.
Kenny, you're going to be chairing the board meeting next
I
Tuesday.
actually will not be here next Tuesday.
I'm going to be out of town on business.
And our vice chair will be.
Okay.
You want to do, Mark, you want to go to history?
I'll do it, it's fine.
You know, there's hazing associated with the first one.
So, okay.
That's what we're here to do.
So those items will all be on the agenda for Tuesday.
Okay.
Pat, or Sherry, the two presentations, can we email all those out?
Thank you.
Yes,
They
you can.
they came, 10 minutes before.
And then you also want both of the subdivisions on there.
Yeah, let's,
Yes, we got those on.
we'll keep moving down. I know there's gonna be more budget talk, so we'll move down the list on that, okay? And we can reserve some of that, we can put it on for next Tuesday if you guys have some more budget talk, and we'll continue with it. Let's go to new business, get fireworks. I know before as a board, Joe kind of mentioned this, did we talk about doing it on July 4th at one point, setting up a date? I just wanted to reconfirm because it's coming up and make sure that that's what we had settled on. So fireworks would be
Yes, we requested a permit.
July 4th, okay.
We don't want to interfere with Light Up the Lake.
Okay.
We're having 4th of July, right?
July 4th.
So that will be on July the 4th.
Okay. Just to make sure we're good with that for the community. QSEM, do we want, Trustee Clayton, we want to reserve that?
Yeah, we can reserve
It's not an immediate thing.
Is there something you need to look up?
No.
We can move to old business.
We'll just move to old business, it's about a.
QSEM. With the branch policy, I think that if we want to, do you want to talk about it, or do you want to move it to?
How about this, Del, would you get with the lead worker of the streets? I communicated with him, he proposed a pretty good idea, and I think it'd be a.
The monthly idea?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think Ryan's here, did we want to hear if he had anything to say about it, or?
That'd be buried.
You talked to Barry, I mean, I never talked to Barry about it, but one of the issues we were running into was with the 2-time-a-year pickup, if the people missed their time to get the limbs out, out on the curb, then what happens is, instead of becoming a service, then you got people calling in and complaining to me about it being a nuisance. So we had we had a problem arising. So if Barry has a solution, and he thinks he has something he can use, then let's go.
Yeah, I think, we talked about the staff meeting this morning, and I think that every month will work, we just need to understand that's an additional cost from the street workers that we're going to bear. None of us have any problem bearing that cost, we just need to understand it's an additional cost for 60% of 3 employees. No, we're not against it, we're not arguing against it, but yeah.
Well, let's see, let's get Barry's, well, I'd be interested in seeing somebody that deals with it, what his thoughts might be, and then we see if we got, but generally what I would say regarding branch pickup is my biggest concern is, I believe we should pass a budget that makes sure we know what our service priorities are going to be for the year, and then adapt to what we allocate for these things, and do it in that order, rather than change a policy.
And if there's no problem coming up with those numbers, we started this morning.
I think generally just what Barry's proposal was, and he'll fully elaborate or can send it or whatever, but was basically going to a one-time, like the first Monday of each month, first full week on that Monday of each month, having a pickup, rather than doing it through the on-demand or queued system. So just generally for you guys to think about, kick around, obviously. Some of the board members know we've had it where we've had zones, we've had dates, we've had all different kinds of stuff, but
we've tried several things.
I keep working through it until we get it right, and there's a hybrid answer out there somewhere. You can get it this month, but And maybe what we do is require is if you don't have the 3-1 app up on your phone, you can't have your branches picked up.
I think that's great, what Greg called was a great idea. We just need to make sure that you guys are aware of, and that the village is also aware of, that we have to be pretty strict on the amount of what we ran into last time. We were doing it once, we were doing it one time a month, and then it got so carried away that we were actually doing it 3 times a week.
Yeah.
And we had people with full trees out there.
That's been one of our biggest problems.
That's what I was about to say. I know, I've heard some of the stories about it,
We
yeah.
have people, and we also have individuals that hire services to come cut some trees, well, so that they can have cheaper service. Cut the tree service cuts the limbs, leaves them there, and then the village has to pick it up. So if we can just make sure that we are all on the same page to where we can still stay that strict to where we're making those services.
Our policy's always been, no whole trees, no whole bushes. And I think that what happens is you get storm damage, and the guy goes out there and cuts the whole tree down and expects us to come get it. I can understand coming and getting one limb and throwing it in the truck, go to the next house. But not when every time one limb falls out and you cut the whole tree down and you expect us to come get it.
So if the tree falls in the street, if the tree falls in the street,
Well,
does he still have to pay
that's
for
our
it?
you guys go get it.
Well, I'm gonna knock on mine.
We'll get Gary's report, and then we'll talk about it. The South Salem Water Commission status report, and then the village attorney update.
Yeah, Randy Segato and I believe Mr. Jurgens, we're going to get together and talk about what they can provide the board as kind of a status update, not official meeting minutes or something of the like. So I don't know if Jeff has updated you on that, or...
Not as far as minutes.
Jeff was going to coordinate with Randy Segato to get an information exchange going.
Well, Mr. Segato's original concern was, are these official meeting minutes, so on and so forth, so that's where Jeff was, I think,
We can talk.
If you just want to follow up with Jeff on it, we'll come back to it, okay?
Sure.
Yeah. It was brought to me and trustees now attention by a resident over to this, well, we're close. About the Walnut and Arch intersection. It's right where Plumber, or where RLP, or I should say, RP Lumber, the corner is there. And one of the concerns that some of the residents are having is at the stop sign there, when you're coming out on Arch onto Walnut, on Plumber's property, he's stacking his pallets and crates up to where basically it's obstructing the view from where the stop sign is to pull out onto Walnut. And, I mean, obviously, it's that fine line of it's his property, but I think what some of the residents were concerned about, obviously, is a public safety need of pulling out there and an accident happening, and if maybe we could reach out to RP and see if they're willing to work with us to either lower the crates or to move them in a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. Wouldn't that have an ordinance?
That definitely violates the triangle division ordinance. So let me talk to Danny Groot tomorrow and see about getting those moved, because you cannot violate the triangle division rule.
Okay.
Site trial.
Okay, I will.
And that's all we have. So, get a motion to adjourn? Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Means adjourned.
Record book again on the board.